Hello. Well, we're here again. It's been a couple days. I don't know. Need a break. That was so much time in a row just doing that I knew I needed a break. Also, before then I was up for so long. I kind of just needed a reset just to feel better, be more energized. I could have done this even earlier, but boy, I needed the rest. I really want to see if I can get through 3 chapters, but I really don't think I can do it. I'm gonna try my damnedest to not just like stop and compare the game, unless there's something really important. Because I am more curious to see how they did things originally. I love the original so much, so I'll see. But yeah, so I guess as a recap, essentially is since this menu at least does a good job of showing the world lines and such. Let's run this one out. Well, it ended off with us going through the SERN report, or the Jellyman report, so we're going to get more information on that, which they're hyping it up as something scary. So, interesting to see where that's going to go and how they're going to do it. Yeah, that's about it. So, yeah, we'll start here. Email Samoa, discussion with Torres at the laundromat. Which that section of the laundromat is ripped from the anime, I remember that. At least the location. The conversation is the same, just location is different. I've been 5100 search at the radio center. Call from Mayuri, meeting Mayuri at May Queen at the Ferris Cup, asking about the IBM 5100. Kind of search mishap and a call from Kurisu. IBM 5100 found, again a grouch and shine. Carrying the IBM 5100 with Kurisu. Discussion with Kurisu in the lab, and successfully hacking into CERN. That's where the chapter ends. So, if anything, I do appreciate this observer screen as a little bit of a recap and just telling you what events happened in the world line. This is going to get absolutely insane as it goes along, so I'm hoping I can navigate this more freely, or it's not going to be as intimidating, because right now it's pretty simple. So we'll see how this kind of looks over time. So that's really about it. Not too much more. So this section of the game is pretty chill. It's just and it's funny to think about. I didn't even notice that text on the bottom. You can probably read it. Recording here the footprints of the stories I have observed so far. World line and observer. 12% complete. The original never even mentioned anything about completion rates. So yeah, this menu's new. I appreciate it. So there's not much else to look at as of yet. As it goes along, there'll be more menu stuff here. Weirdly enough, they don't unlock the other CGs and other menus until you get to a certain point. Weird, because you don't think about it. I think even Hunterline or Naked Up, I don't think ever do this, to my knowledge. I don't know. There's not much more else to look at, so we'll just jump right into it, because I want to get through this chapter. I guess one of the more shorter ones in this game, if I remember correctly. Knowing me and how badly I can barely speak my freaking words half the damn time, it'll probably be longer than that. So, we'll try to jump right into it. So, this is where I last left off. How many pages of save states do I have? Page 6. I can't remember how much there was in the original. It might have been 6 as well. Oh. Hello, Turquoise. Thanks for stopping by. I should definitely get a drink just so I'm ready to not destroy my throat. I went as far as do that like immediately as the stream started beforehand. Start off with water. We'll start with water, and then if I devour that, then I'll go over to Dr. Pepper. Gotta balance it out. Gotta have some Good old H2O. H2O, that's oxygen. Dumbass. Alright. Crack this open. Alright. Here we go. Chapter 3. The ticking. Yeah, alright, so. Just to explain it and how I'll do it, just so I think I have a pattern of this going forward. I generally just talk during this section here. And if the characters talk, I just let them speak. I know this game is in Japanese, and I wish it was a dub, just so it'd probably be probably convenient for people to experience or watch. But I like hearing their voices. I don't want to just overlap them or literally just turn all of them off, because you're gonna lose the emotion that they get, even if you don't speak the language. So that's the approach. It may not be how everybody really wants to experience it, but hey, that just gives you more incentive if you really want to experience it the way you want to experience it. You can literally just buy it, but buy the original when it's on sale on Steam. That's how I kind of view this game. I don't really think it's worth the price with this here. I think this is only worth it if you literally get the play the original, get that on discount when it's like 80% off. There's sales for that all the time, it seems like. And it'll be like $5.99 or $6.99, something like that. So it's not that much. That's when it's worth it. I think even now it's like $30, which is probably too much for a game that old. So wait for it when it gets on sale. You literally just add it to your cart and just or wish list and just wait for it to go on sale. And that's essentially it. But I want to see what they do with this. I'm always kind of curious. It's too eager. So, we'll see. I'll try not to be, like, I already expressed my thoughts on the designs and certain things at points. I'll try not to do that. I'll try not to constantly derail the damn stream with tangents. We'll just take it as it is, except for what this is, and just gonna go forward. So, yeah, we'll see. I'm sure there'll be points I'll go on tangents, but anyways, that's how I do it. So, yeah, that's just me. And I think it's just a good way to balance it out, so I'm not talking for, constantly, every single waking moment. So, it's probably not, I don't know. It's almost as if, for those that any of them want to even watch the stream, you almost have to, like, engage with the story by me being silent and listening to them talk and reading. Boy, that's a concept. I don't know. Alright. Well, here we go. I hit the wrong button. I forget that hitting that just brings up that. Okay. The ticking of the clock is like a hammer inside my head. It's past 2 a.m., which I think the last time was went from 8 p.m. to midnight, and now it's 2 a.m. And I think it's just Okabe and Kurisu in the lab currently, if I remember correctly. I was right. We're in too... Oh, it's Daru 2. I'm sorry. I was right. We're in too deep. This is bad. Real bad. Hey, new CG. Hey, new CG. I know, I literally just talked over them. But I didn't expect new CG. Hey. What's going on here?
ゼリーマンってゲル化したってことなん?
Upon hearing the familiar word jellified, I reflexively looked at the bunch of bananas placed next to the computer.
人体実験か。
Kurisu doesn't even avert her eyes from the gruesome image.
しかも完全ではないけど、タイムトラベルを成功させてるってことになるわね。これ。
え？
この新聞記事、1921年のニューヨークタイムスよ。
およそ90年前か。
見て。
Jellified corpse of a man. She points to his shoulder, or what used to be his shoulder, which has writing on it. Perhaps it was printed on his clothes at some point. you can barely see it. I think the original, you see this more clearly. But yeah, you can't even tell there. It's fused to its jellified body now, but I could still barely make out the letters. Yeah, if I didn't see the original, I wouldn't even be able to notice it. Do I gotta bring out the... do I gotta bring out the original here? I could. Just for, I'm kind of curious here. So, how did the original do that? Because I'm kind of very curious. With this shot. Yeah, see in the original with the shot, you see this right here more clearly. I wonder if they're gonna do like a zoom in or something to see it, but we'll give it the benefit of the doubt.
SERN つまりセルンは LHC を使ったタイムトラベル実験で人間を1921年へと送り込んだ。
生きたままというのは失敗したみたいだけどね。
ゼリーマンズレポートはこれだけか。
いや、まだ結構あるを。全部で14人分かな。
もしもゼリーマンという言葉がゲル化した人間を意味するなら、その数だけ人体実験の犠牲者がいるという。
I hate the fact I keep
そ
skipping
の
over
数
the
だけ
dialogue.
人体実験の犠牲者がいるということか。
I'm awfully thirsty. I would be too. It's very stressful. I take a cool Dr. P from the fridge to wet my whistle.
他のも見せてくれ。
オキドキ。
ゼリーマンズレポート9。被験者ダン・ストレイスキー26歳出身カナダ。 Z プログラム4実験日2004年9月6日14時10分。実験結果エラー。ヒューマンイズデッドミスマッチ。新聞記事の切り抜きの方はこれフランス語ね。私も読めない。
2001年の1月31日というのは読み取れる。
場所はフランスのポーかな。
2001, that's fairly recent. In this game's timeline. A pretty big difference from James McCarthy, who jumped nearly 90 years back to 1921. Dark calls up a machine translation, giving us the following. January 13, 2001, collapsed male corpse discovered in forest outside Pau, France. Its left foot was fused to a tree trunk and the body had jellified.
ゼリーマンズレポート8。被験者リンダ・ヒル25歳出身イギリス。 Z プログラム4実験日2004年2月15日13時45分。実験結果エラー。ヒューマンイズデッドミスマッチ。1972年10月2日、インド・タミルナードゥ州のダルマプリの路上でゼリー状になった女性の遺体発見。遺体は放置された後で車にひかれた跡があり、下半身は損壊していた。ゼリーマンズレポート7。被験者ミハイル・ラング33歳出身ドイツ。 Z プログラム4実験日2002年10月8日13時28分。実験結果エラー。ヒューマンイズデッドミスマッチ。
May 24th, 1936, the corpse of what believed to be a jellified human was discovered at the base of Mount Hei in Kyoto. It was in a damaged state, possibly from having slid down the slope. Preservation conditions extremely diminished. That's all. We move on to the next. A photo appears on a screen of a beautiful coastline. Ruining the scenery is the thing resembling a giant jellyfish washed up on the beach, with perplexed local villagers standing around it.
ゼリーマンズレポート6。被験者マーク・ヒューズ30歳出身アメリカ。 Z プログラム4実験日2002年8月23日12時52分。実験結果エラー。ヒューマンイズデッドミスマッチ。 1985年7月1日、フェロー諸島ストレイモイ島の海岸に奇妙な物体が流れ着いた。それは成人男性のようにも見えるが、クラゲのようなブヨブヨの物体であり、生きてはいない。島の住人たちの間では、半魚人の死骸ではないかという噂も。肩と見られる場所には SERN という刻印があったが、セルンは関与を否定している。
まだ見る？
もう十分だ。
There are 14 of these people.
発見場所が世界中に散らばってる。この結果からどんな解が導き出せるかしら。
その場所へ送り込もうとしたのだろう。
そうは思えない。無計画すぎる。
カーブラックホールが得意点をどうたらってあったけど、それが原因じゃ。
超重力による無限圧縮およびカーブラックホール内の得意点通過に耐えられなかったと思われる。そう書いてあった。
カーブラックホールって何ぞ？普通のブラックホールとなんか違うん？
理論上存在を予言されてるブラックホールよ。中心の得意点が回転しているという特徴がある。実在することはまだ証明されてないし、証明しようもないけど。
Her black hole. Why have I heard that term before? Oh yeah, that was mentioned earlier in the chapter, or at least earlier in the game.
そうか、ジョン・タイター。
Yep. Titer said his machine used curved black holes. Interesting.
タイターはこう言っていた。2034年にセルンによってタイムマシン開発は成功したと。そしてタイター自身は2036年からやってきたと。
It makes sense for Titer and SERN to be using the same time travel technology.
カーブラックホールを作るなんて、そんなの無茶苦茶よ。下手したら地球ごと飲み込まれかねないような行為なのよ。そもそもカーブラックホールは仮説であって。
タイターの予言は現実であり、ミュウツベに出ていた LHC 実験における最悪の予想図もほぼ事実になりつつある。
Yeah, Mewtwo. I don't. The tips were like driving me nuts the last like, earlier in the game, but this is just another word for YouTube, and they just do that. It makes sense. Yeah.
そういうことだ。
タイターの予言は知らんけど、ミュウツベで問題の動画見たことあるわ。2、3年前に話題になってた。
ブラックホール内部は尋常じゃない重力なの。そこを通れば確かに時間移動は可能かもしれないけど、生身の人間が通り抜けられるわけがない。
だからこそゼリーマン化しているというべきだろう。
ゼリーマンどころか素粒子レベルまで分解される。それがブラックホール。
議論するよりタイムマシンについての資料を漁った方が早いんじゃね？
Dar already started pulling up new documents. I'm suddenly afraid. Should I stop him? I'm the one who asked him to do it, but things have gotten serious now. At the same time, irresistible curiosity is welling up inside me. Time travel is becoming a reality. I want to know that is true. I can't stop now.
あった。Z プログラムの中にタイムトラベル理論について解説してるファイルがあるを。
ずいぶんあっさり見つかるわね。セルンにしては脇が甘すぎる。
セルンが甘いんじゃなくて僕がすごいわけだが。
ダルは俺のマイフェイバリットライトアームであり。
スーパーハッカーだっけ？
ハッカー。
それでクリスティーナ、何と書いてある？
ちょっと読む時間をくれない？
Her earlier reluctance has vanished. In fact, it looked like she's as curious as I am. Doll. Adorable. Kurisu stares silently at the monitor for a while before finally muttering.
嘘。 これ本当にタイターって
何をブツブツ言っている。何が書かれているのか教えてくれ。
うん、なんかはめられたような気がしてならない。
どういう意味だ。
ほぼ一緒なのよ。ジョン・タイターが語った理論の内容とざっと説明すると、 LHC によって陽子を高速の 99.9999991% まで加速して正面衝突させるの。そうすると10のマイナス24乗キログラムの質量を10のマイナス19乗メートルというとても狭い範囲に圧縮して押し込むことができる。
日本語で OK、 産業で。
すごく狭い場所、すごく小さい質量、無理やりねじ込む。
その説明は。
Daru, stop. No. The explanation is too... How is that? Oh my god. The explanation is too vague. Oh god. Stop.
は？どこがどうエロいのよ。明日の変態。
そういうマキセ氏もなかなかの妄想能力の高さじゃね。
一緒にすんな。
Her blushing cheeks make her denial less than effective.
アホは相手にするなクリスティーナ。続きを。
何の話だったっけ。
無理やりねじ込む話。
陽子の圧縮の話だ。
その圧縮が成功するとミクロ特異点ができるんだけど。
ミクロ特異点？ミニブラックホールじゃなくて？
意味はほとんど同じだ。特異点はいわばブラックホールの中心だからな。
このミクロ特異点が2つあるブラックホールを作るのよ。
A black hole with two cores. Like a cowlick with two hairs. No, I don't think that's it. Okabe, at least you tried.
擬人化希望。
Make it moe. Oh my god.
はいはい、ミクちゃんとクロちゃんでいいか。
姉妹とか燃えるぜ。はあはあ。
ミクちゃんとクロちゃんは電子を与えると自由に操れるようになるのよ。
電気ショックで拷問か。それなんてエロゲ。
操作できるようになった2人を超高速回転させるの。すると理論的にミクちゃんとクロちゃんは2人とも魔法少女リング上特異点に変身する。
変身バンクですね。わかります。
これでカーブラックホール効果が。
What did Okabe say there? Yeah, well, it looks like these two have found a common wavelength. At least Kurisu, you know what's funny? Now I think about it, the fact that Kurisu is actually able to explain this in like a moe term so efficiently does make you think that she also watches this stuff, or at least is aware enough to actually describe it to someone like Daru. Is actually really interesting the way you think about it with how she is able to do that. Interesting character, little like quirk with her here. That's it. That's neat to point out. The resulting black hole exhibits what's called the Kerr effect.
そもそもカーブラックホールって何ぞ。さっき回転しているって言ってたけど。
そのままの意味。
でも普通のブラックホールがそもそも回転してるじゃん。穴に向かって渦巻いてさ。
その回転しているように見える部分はブラックホールに吸い込まれつつある周囲の物質でしかない。普通のブラックホールは超質量により重力崩壊を起こした中心点があるだけ。そこに向かってあらゆるものが落ちていってるの。それは点っていうぐらいだから回転はしてない。一方のカーブラックホールはさっき言った通り中心が点じゃなくてリング状なのよ。ミクちゃんとクロちゃんは魔法を少女化すると心臓が体内でぐるぐるとリング状に回転してるって考えて。
グロは勘弁だお。
助手よ、お前はさっきこう言ったな。カーブラックホールは実在したとしても証明しようがないと。それはどういう意味だ。
ブラックホールにはイベントホライゾンというものがある。
Event horizon. Double to make sure you know what that means. Also known as the Schwarzschild circle. In a black hole, there exists a point beyond which even light can no longer escape the black hole's immense gravity. this boundary is called the event horizon because light and other electromagnetic waves are responsible for conveying information. Nothing that occurs within the event horizon can be observed from the outside. The center of a black hole is black because no light can escape from it. These I don't know if I wouldn't. I know what these mean. It makes sense to me. Like what these event horizon. Yeah, thank you.
この内側に入ると時間と空間の役割が入れ替わってしまうわけで、
時間と空間の役割が入れ替わる。
私たちは今空間を自由に移動できるけど時間を1分過去に戻すことはできない。それが入れ替わるのよ。イベントホライゾンの向こう側だと空間の移動は不可能になり、逆に時間を移動可能になる。空間の移動が不可能だからブラックホールからの再脱出はできないと言える。例えば岡部がブラックホールに突入した場合に体験するのは永遠に引き延ばされた時間なの。光が再脱出不可能ということは人の目にはどうやったってイベントホライゾンの向こう側は見ることができない。観測も証明も不可能。ただし例外もある。
Sorry, I missed something. No, I didn't. Okay, we're good.
もったいぶらずに教えてもらおうか。
カーブラックホールは特異点。中心が回転してるわけだから核運動量が存在する。
だから日本語で OK だって。
中心点が回転してるってさっき説明したでしょ。その回転運動量って思えばいい。ミクちゃんとクロちゃんに電子を与え続けると自由に操ることができるわけだけど、カーブラックホールの特徴は核運動量が質量を上回るとイベントホライゾンがなくなって特異点が裸の状態になること。
Naked singularity. Nope, wrong one. Naked singularity. Singularity is usually concealed by its event horizon, which renders observation impossible. The naked singularity. The singularity whose event horizon has been removed, it can therefore be observed and even traveled through. The existence of naked singularity is purely theoretical.
あ、裸だと魔法少女のコスチュームは露出度高いというわけですな。これアニメ化まだ？
裸になることで観測不可能だったものが観測可能になるわけか。
イベントホライゾンがなくなることで時間と空間の役割が入れ替わる必要はなくなった。裸の特異点に向けてその入れ替わりを回避して突入できるようになる。そして裸の特異点の存在は一般相対性理論と因果率を破綻させるの。宇宙の法則が乱れるのよ。
そんなもの存在できるのか。
The negation of the theory of relativity and the principle of causality means serious paradoxes can occur. Didn't Kurusu say that earlier? Yep, she definitely did. I remember that.
これまでも存在する可能性は高いと予測されてた。矛盾するようだけど証明はされてる。因果率が破綻してるわけだから、その裸の特異点に突入すれば過去へ遡ることができる。
Yeah, John Titor said that. Which would mean Titor's time machine is using CERN technology. Yeah, we got that theory before, but now we're absolutely certain that's definitely the truth here, which is interesting.
わからないのは特異点に電子を注入する部分ね。見て、この LHC の写真だけど、陽子衝突地点に妙な機器が設置されてる。リフターっていう名前で呼ばれてるみたいだけど、一体何のことだか。
ダル、聞いたことは？
リフター。さっきの Z プログラムにもちらっと出てきたな。ググってみる？おお、ヒットしてるし。
About 420,000 results in 0.25 seconds. Wow.
こんなに？機密でも何でもないのかな。
もしかしてこれじゃないか？イオンクラフト。
イオン。つまり電荷を持った電子や分子のことね。意味としては一致する。
Click on the link with Lonecraft. The page loads and it takes us to a video. Looks like some dim garage. but doesn't seem like anything secretive, just a garage like you see in an average American home. In the middle of the screen is a triangular shape made of some kind of metal. It's about 10 centimeters high and 30 centimeters wide. It's connected to some sort of transformer by a thin wire. Looks like some really cheap equipment. That's all there is, nothing else. The person on the video explains something in a language I can't understand. My best guess is Russian, maybe. Either way, he moves to switch the power on. And then...
あ、浮いた。
the silvery triangle floats silently into the air. Then it remains stationary.
反重力装置だと。
そんなのあるわけない。あったら世紀の大発見よ。イオンクラフトっていうぐらいだから、この場合帯電した空気と電極が関係してるんだと思う。
Ion craft. Okay, I'm sorry. My freaking words suck. You look up information on the Einkraft carrier. Or lifter. Wow, why did I say carrier? Lifter. Jesus. Lots of sites have detailed instructions on how to make a lifter. We don't really get any idea on how they work, since all the sites give conflicting theories.
そのリフターにセルンが目をつけた。そしてタイムトラベルに必要な装置として組み込んでいる。ミクロ得意点の質量や重力場を操作できるとなれば、やはりこれは反重力装置ということだろう。
まあそういう限定的条件に当てはめるなら間違いじゃないかもしれないけど。
Japanese speaking boyfriends. Good one, Golf Kid. I appreciate it. That's pretty good. Incredible. My curiosity is growing more by the second. Okabe and Krisu again are just not like on the same wavelength here of like just being so eager to figure something out. Wholesome. I don't know. I like it.
でもセルンはこのリフターの調整に苦労してるみたいね。ミクロ得意点の重力調整がうまくできていない。だから完全な裸の得意点を作れてない。
そのせいで被験者がゼリーマンになっていると見るべきだな。
裸の得意点が作れてないなら、つまり被験者はブラックホールに放り込まれるのと同じだから、突入するだけで凄まじい質量によって押しつぶされるに決まってる。その結果、あらゆる物質がフラクタル構造になってしまったという仮説を提示してみる。
With your voice in their voice, it sounds like they're in the room with you, especially with no webcam. That's fun. Yeah. It's funny. Yeah, I don't know. My face is too ugly for this game. It'll just ruin the experience.
実際はどうなってるのかさっぱり。調べるだけで何ヶ月もかかりそう。
リフターはまだ未完成か。
If Tider is telling the truth, then SERN won't complete their time machine for another 24 years.
つまり俺たちが先に電話レンジカッコ仮を完成させればセルンを出し抜くことも可能というわけだ。
規模が全然違う。それにセルンでさえ完成させてないのにあんたにできるわけないでしょ。これは簡単に解決できる問題じゃない。そもそも時間移動調整や時間跳躍後の場所指定の問題もセルンは解決できてないし、ゼリーマンの発見時期や発見場所がバラバラなのも納得ね。例えば地の底とか宇宙空間とかに放り出されたゼリーマンもいるかもしれない。見つかってるゼリーマン以外にもね。
That's interesting to think about. That there's only 14 reports, but there could theoretically possibly be more that are all over. You imagine them just like in the middle of the earth? It's creepy.
というか、その可能性は限りなく 100% に近い。地球から何万キロも離れた宇宙空間に放り出されたらタイムトラベルしても無意味。全く実用的じゃない。
可変重力ロックシステムというようなものがあるとタイターは言っていた。それによって地球の重力を捉え、必ず地球がある場所に到着できるようになると。
タイターの説明はその点については曖昧よ。そういう機会があるというだけじゃ説明にはならない。
でも時間移動したら
just funny. It's bring up the phone in the middle of the conversation. Have you bought Phantasm's debut single? Theme song for Ryanet. So it's really popular. Ferris bought 5 copies. It's my duty as a Ryanetter. Anyways, there's an important secret hidden in Phantasm's song. Key is to unlock. The key to unlocking it. Oops, bell's ringing. Looks like someone's here. Better go see. Better see who it is. She's texting while at work. That's fun. And this is at. Wait, hold on. 2:43 a.m. Ferris. Wait, is the maid cafe open 24 hours? That's it. The time is interesting. I never really thought of that. It's probably like that in the original too, and I never really paid attention to the exact time. But well, let's reply to important scene because that sounds like a good one to see what that says. Hopefully he replies normally and it's not just like an unhinged tangent. I'm aware they're said to contain directions to the sanctuary as well as prophecies regarding the end of the world. Isn't that right? Oh god. Well, after just rudely ignoring the two, we'll listen to them again. I don't get it. If you time travel, wouldn't you just appear in the same spot?
出るわけないでしょ。
なんで？
地球は常に動き続けているからだ。
そう。自転と公転。地球の自転速度は時速にしてだいたい1650キロ。公転速度は時速で考えるとおよそ11万4000キロ。1時間前にいた座標から私たちはそれだけ離れることになる。
無法。そう考えると僕たちってテラハヤス。
それだけじゃない。地球を含む太陽系は銀河系に属してる。銀河系は渦を巻いてるところからわかる通り回転してるのよ。諸説あるけどだいたい1日に5000万キロくらい地球が移動する速さでね。
Jeez. How can she roll all those numbers so smoothly off her tongue? Even if she is a genius, this is hardly stuff you just know off the top of your head. She has to have looked into this.
なんかもうスケールが途方もない件について。
ついでに言うと銀河系を含む複数の銀河で銀河軍が形成されてるし、さらに上のグループとして超銀河団っていうのもある。それらの銀河軍も超銀河団も動いてるかもしれないわけ。そうなるとさらに飛躍的に私たちの移動距離は伸びる。いずれにせよほんの1秒前に飛ぼうとするだけでも膨大な局所場指定の計算が必要になるのよ。手動じゃ無理だし、同じ場所に移動しようと思ったらスパコンで計算したって解が出るまでに何年かかるか。
ならば仕方あるまい。タイターを探し出し、その可変重力システムを借りようではないか。
それは明暗ね。せいぜい頑張って。この問題についてセルンはどうしようとしてるのかな。
Dawn breaks. We stayed up all night again. I don't know. The levels of just exposition is I always find it really engaging. Just the logistics and trying to make sense of all this and how it could work, and it's so damn thorough. I always appreciate that. Yeah, that whole section was fine. I mean, I don't know if how much they cut or how much is there, or maybe none of it was cut, but yeah, Kreesu's voice, no problem. It sounded as it should for that, like that tone, that type of thing is pretty good. It matches. That's kind of the weird thing with this game is Kreesu's voice and performance at points sounds way too mellow. But for exposition and stuff like that, that's about what I would expect. So I'll give it a golf clap. Oh, this was fine. Uncovering more about all this stuff is interesting, especially even playing through it, seeing this so many different times. I don't know, interests me. Me and my dumb brain just like it, I guess. But yeah. So once again, they stayed up all night. Daru is fast asleep on the sofa. Kreesu is the only one that can read CERN's documents. Daru and I can opt to use a translation software, but that'd be nowhere near as efficient as she is. Well, it's not exactly what I had in mind when I said I wanted to borrow her knowledge. It just goes to show that I was right to make her a lab man. decided to watch some TV as always. There's a period there, what if, Jesus. As always, the news channels are still covering the Radicon satellite crash.
人工衛星墜落から5日が経過した秋葉原です。夏休みシーズンに入ったということもあり、放置されたままの人工衛星を一目見ようと多くの人が詰めかけています。一方、今日未明 NASA アメリカ航空宇宙局のスポークスマンマイケル・バーン氏は会見で、日本に人工衛星が墜落した事実はないと語り、墜落した物体が人工衛星以外の物体であることを示唆しました。警察によりますと、墜落した人工衛星については現在調査中であり、撤去する時期のめどは立っていないとのことです。
Is it really under investigation? Could it be another ploy by the organization? He got cut off, something happened.
てってるー、おはよう。あれ、こんにちはかな。
This just seems so messed up. She just comes in and she's so wholesome, and then I just immediately go to my phone. Part-time Morris says, I'm so hungry. I had to skip breakfast today. I don't know how much money on hand. I don't have much money on hand. Are there any good places to find insects or weeds around here? I can get used to. I can get by using my survival skills if I have to. Ugh. Suzuha, that's bizarre. There's other things. We're not in like a desolate freaking island here. Which one would be good? Insector. Okay, I think that's probably the best of the two. You eat insects? Hardcore. That's all Okupe has to say. Like, he's just impressed by it. That's funny. Okay.
うわー、なんかね、ズズーンっていう重い空気が漂ってるよ。
The three of us probably look pretty haggard since we stayed up all night. But it's hard to put on a bright smile now that I know about CERN. Mayuri's appearance makes Daru get up with a grimace. Kurisu finally moves away from the PC, rubbing at her eyes and sipping hot coffee. I look to the clock, then head to the center of the room before calling everyone to attention.
いい機会だ。ラボメンが全員集合したところだし、久々に円卓会議を開こうと思う。
It's good CG. It's different from the original, like the angle's different. But I want to get that.
円卓会議？
なんぞそれ。
ラボメンによる報告会、ミーティングだ。
そんなんこれまでやったことあったっけ？
そもそも円卓なんてどこにあるのよ。
実物はない。だが、我らラボメンの心の中にある。そうだろう。
そうだろうじゃなかろうが。勝手に人の心の中に変なもの持たせないで。
マユシーにもあるかな。
ああ、あるさ。
そっか、よかった。でも円卓って何？
つか、なんで円卓？朝を？
そもそも私はラボメンといっても期間限定だし。
These people whine about every little thing.
とにかく円卓会議だ。マユリは昨日の夜はいなかったので、ひとまず今の俺たちの置かれた状況を教えておく。
Tell Mayuri about everything we discovered in her absence. About how CERN is making a time machine. About Jellyman. About how Men in Black might be coming to erase us for what we know.
悪いことをするのは良くないよって言ったのに。
悪いだと？俺たちが何をバカな。それを言うならば、セルンの方がよほど悪。世界だけでは飽き足らず、時空までも手に入れようと企んでいる連中だ。
それについては同じ意見よ。セルンのやってること。
Kurisu, but hold on. Kurisu inexplicably backs me up. I appreciate that. Any moment where Kurisu stands up for Okupe or agrees with them is a big deal. So I'm gonna give that some props there. What CERN's doing is unforgivable. They're traitors to human, to man. Wow, I can't talk. betrays to humanity, to society, and to science.
そうだけど
I had no desire to get Mayuri involved, but she's startling perceptive at times. It's better to just tell her. I'm gonna look at the settings here. I want to maybe, if I can get the message speed just a tick slower, so I can, when there is dialogue to actually speak, I can actually pick that up. So the message speed doesn't need to be in the middle. I can lower that just a couple of clicks. See if I could pick that up a little quicker, so I'm not going back too much. If I hid it from her, I know she'd just find out anyway.
いずれにせよこれで我がラボとセルンとのラグナロックは避けられなくなった。
A large part of me is still afraid, but we've come too far to back down now. Or wow, I can't talk for shit again. But we've come too far to turn back now. We can't unlearn what we know.
ラグナロック？
また北欧神話か。
I'm always just screenshotting because it's funny how certain, like, Krisu actually straight up just knows Norse mythology. For how smart she is, that's kind of like out of her field of knowledge she should know. So it is interesting. So I want to screenshot it because it's a neat detail. But funny she points this out. I think this is the second time she's pointing this out with Okabe referencing Norse mythology.
クリスティーナ、お前にはセルン調査について命じていたな。何か新たに分かったことは？
命じられた覚えはないけどね。セルンがタイムトラベルにおいて抱えている問題点は2つ。1つは電子注入装置リフターの調整。これがうまく機能しないとカーブラックホールの得意点を裸にできない。この状態で得意点を通過しようとすれば超重力によって被験者はミクロレベルまで圧縮されてしまう。当然無事ではいられない。それとタイムトラベル先の局所場指定ができないことが2点目。得意点を抜けてどこへ出るかの指定ができない。各地で見つかっている14人のゼリーマンはむしろ運がいい方だったと言うべきね。人体実験は2001年から100回以上行われてた。つまり残りの80人以上はどこへ飛ばされたのかすら確認できてないということ。
Interesting. Yes, 80. SERN has conducted over 100. 14 jellymen have discovered around the world, where at least those were the lucky ones in a sense. After all, CERN has conducted over 100 human experiments since 2001. This means that over 80 people were sent. Who knows where? Wow, why can I not scroll up more? That's interesting. Jesus Christ.
なんで確認できないの？
マユシ、そんなことも知らんの？地球は常に動いてるんだお。自転速度は時速にして1500キロ、公転速度は11万4000キロで。
Daro's tone is authoritative, but he's just relying what he heard from Krisu last night.
セルンはその2点について解を模索してるみたいだけど、うまくいってないみたい。
So CERN is having difficulties. Yeah. You're right, Obey. Ugh, I hate the fact that it literally cut off the dialogue right
それで助手よ、セルンのタイムマシンから電話レンジカッコ仮のヒントになるようなものは見つかったか？
Have you learned anything about anything that could help us complete the phone wire?
ヒントね。そもそも LHC は世界一巨大な電子レンジなんて異名もあるぐらいだけど。
そうか。つまり電話レンジカッコ仮は LHC の縮小版ということだな。
あながち間違ってないかもね。もっとも電話レンジはわからないことが多すぎる。なんでセルンのタイムマシンと同じような現象をあの小さな電子レンジで起こせるのか。 LHC と違ってこれはタイムトラベルのために作られたものじゃないのよ。
マユシーの唐揚げを温めるためのものだよね。
まあそうね。
少なくともゼリーマンという現象が電話レンジカッコ仮でも起きているのだから、前売りのバナナはカーブラックホールのリング上得意点に到達していると考えるべきだ。
ブラックホールができてるの？ここに？吸い込まれないかな。
If it sucked us in, we'd become Jellyman too.
でも放電現象の仕組みや発生条件が解明できてない。
この前の実験だと放電現象が起きた時にだけ過去へメールを送れたを。
まだ2度しか成功していないが、その放電現象が意味するのは電荷、すなわち電子注入の可能性が高い。それが発生した時だけ得意点への道が開けるのだ。
放電現象の原因はわからないじゃない。
それはこれから調べる。
そもそも過去へ送れるメールはデジタルデータであって物体じゃない。そこがセルンのタイムマシンと決定的に違ってる。
いや、やることは同じだ。デジタルデータが得意点を通り抜けないと誰が保証したのか。人間サイズの物体を通り抜けさせるよりよほど簡単だと思うが。
まあ確かに。
あのね、メールっていうから混乱するんだと思うな。本物の紙飛行機にした手紙がピューンって飛んでいくイメージなんだよ、きっと。
むしろ光線だろう。光デジタルデータみたいな。ところで過去へ送れるメールは言いにくいな。名前を付けようではないか。
またカッコつけ。
またとか言うな。この不安を隠居魔をバカにしているのか。
Yeah, Kurisu was right. There's a bad feeling about it because he's gonna. It's just it's gonna be chaos. It's gonna be chaos here trying to make a name for it.
どうせへんてこな名前をつけたいんでしょ。
へんってことは失敬だな。ならば発表しよう。俺はこの過去へ送れるメールという現象についてこう名付けた。ノスタルジアドライブ。
わかりにくい却下。
お前、助手の分際で却下できる権限があると思っているのか。
じゃあ多数決する？ノスタルジアドライブに賛成の人。
Dude, I want to raise my hand. It's me.
裏切ったな、ダル。マユリ。
クリスちゃんの言う通りだと思うな。マユシーはそんな長い名前は覚えられません。
中二病すぎだろ、ジョーコ。
Traitors.
ならばお前たちには自分で考えたとっておきのネーミングがあるのだろうな。まさか我が案を否定しておいてノープランとは言わせんぞ。
やっぱり分かりやすさ重視にすべきだと思う。時間を遡ってるメールなんだから速攻メールでいいんじゃない？
That's not simple, Kurisu. That's about as long-winded as Okabe's retroactive mail.
そこってどういう意味？
今のマユリの反応が答えだ、クリスティーナ。ちっとも分かりやすくないではないか。
それはマユリさんが。なんでもない。
もしかして今マユリがバカだからと言おうとしたか。
違うわよ。
クリスちゃん、マユシーのことバカだと思ってるのかな？
思ってない。全くこれっぽっちも思ってないから誤解しないで。
つうか、時をかけるメールの一択だろう。
少し表現が硬いな。言いにくい。
オカリンのノスタルなんとかだって十分長いっしょ。それにこれは映画のタイトルを。
ロマンがあればいいのだ、ロマンが。
そんな理由で却下かよ。
てってるー、マユシーも思いついたよ。バックトゥーザメール。映画のタイトルとね、メールをくっつけてみました。
マユシ、 映画のタイトルネタはもう僕がやったって。
それに意味が微妙に違ってきてると思う。
She probably meant.
意味とかじゃなく
Damn it! Damn it! I guess actually I gotta just text speed so I can pick it up. It still keeps going by too damn fast. Let's see if that helps. She probably meant mail to the future, but our emails go to the past. Yeah, poor Myri. She tried. It's not about the meeting. I took a movie title and changed a word to mail.
いずれにせよ長い。
じゃあデロリアンメールとか。
もう何のメールかさっぱりわからないではないか。
ねえ、こんなくだらないことに時間取ってる場合じゃないでしょ。もういっそのこと略して D メールにしなさいよ。
Yeah, we got the name for it now. Hell yeah.
いやー、しかしそれでは味気なさすぎるというか。
But that's boring.
味気なかろうが味気があろうがどうでもいい。
Shut down. Kurisu's influence in the lab seems to have grown significantly these past few days.
じゃあ D メールに決定します。
Myri proclaims the decision with satisfaction.
で、なんで D メールみたいな現象が起きるん？
リング得意点への道が開いているからだ。何度も言っているだろう。
ブラックホールが発生しているのかどうかは確認できてない。単にセルンのタイムマシンと偶然似てるだけで、実は全く違う現象かもしれない。焦って結論を出すのは危険よ。
何を言う。お前は自分たちでタイムマシンを作りたいとは思わないのか。そのために危険を冒してセルンにハッキングまでしたのだぞ。今語るべきは電話レンジカッコ仮をタイムマシンとして使えるようにするにはどうしたらいいかだ。
でもさ、僕たちにできると思う？
できるかどうかではない、やるのだ。
何よその精神論至上主義。あんたって無能なトップの典型ね。
Did you read that Apple motivational post? You're like like the classic incompetent boss. That's a good line. That was good. Good one.
おのれ、狂気のマッドサイエンティストフォーウォン隠居魔に対して何たる言い草だ。
We got an email at some point. Game? Okay, if you cook them right, they can taste surprisingly good. Ew, Suzuha, that's just bizarre. That's, ugh. Okay, thank you, Suzuha, for the freaking bug insight.
まあそもそもオカリンは別にトップじゃないけど。
いかにも俺はラボの象徴であってトップではない。
象徴だかなんだか知らないけど、どうやって電話レンジをタイムマシンとして使えるようにするか、その具体的な解放を教えてよ。
解放か。そうだな、一つある。放電現象が起きるか起きないかはランダムだと思っているようだが、俺には仮説があるのだ。
どういうこと？
発生条件の再現だよ、クリスティーナ。昨日の夜いろいろ検討したはずだぞ。そして俺たちは最も単純で最も決定的な条件を見落としていた。すなわち発生時刻だ。
は？
過去2回の放電現象が起きた時間を調べてみたんだが、それによれば俺がダルの携帯に送った時に偶然発生した最初の D メールはだいたい12時から13時の間。そして2回目、俺たち4人全員が目撃した D メールは18時頃に発生している。つまりその2つの時間帯に実験をすれば、あるいは再現が可能かもしれないのだ。
That's a good point, Oakbit. Yeah, the time frame of when those messages sent. That could be a factor for when this works. Yeah. It's nice. I always really appreciated the fact like Kurisu is so much smarter But Okabe has his moments too where he can pick something up. I like that. I don't. It doesn't just make Okabe a complete just moron. I like it. I don't know. I appreciate that aspect. So actually, it's actually kind of cool that he actually figures out like there's something to do with the time frame when those messages are sent that could be the factor of how they can send the emails again. So I like that.
早速やってみましょう。
She's too eager.
それにしてもこの助手ノリノリである。
マユシーのバナナずいぶん減ったね。また買ってこなくちゃ。
ごめんね、まゆりさん。後で新しいバナナ買ってくるから。
Yeah, you buy them, Kurisu, because freaking Okabe literally don't. Keeps freaking stealing her damn bananas to make this, to keep experimenting and not giving her angers me. But thank you, Kurisu, for doing that. You shouldn't have to. That should be Okabe's thing, but she's too kind.
ほんと嬉しいな。オカリンやダルくんはね、バナナ勝手に食べてもちっとも買ってきてくれないのです。
I'll be sure to amend that in the future. A bunch of bananas is a small price to pay in order to bring chaos to the world. Kurisu plucks a banana from the bunch before crouching down and setting it inside the microwave.
まずはゼリーマンになるか試してみる。
あいって。
Oh. As she stands up, she thwacks the back of her head against the table and grips.
ドジっ子アピールはよせ。
しとらんわ。
クリスちゃんクリスちゃん、痛いの痛いの飛んでけ。
Marjorie gently pats Kurisu's head, waving her other hand as if casting a spell. That's adorable.
Thanks, まゆりさん。
Kurisu pulls herself together, types on her phone, and activates the phone wave, name subject to change. That's just a cute scene too. Just because this is the second time now kind of seeing her be slightly clumsy. It's very rare she even expresses any of this in the game itself. But it's interesting just because I think it just kind of shows like for as intelligent she is. You know, she can make a mistake. Or this is, at least in this context, it's just her being excited. So excited she couldn't resist, like, I don't know. It's not a shock to probably assume that she's just like super excited. Or it literally is just a genuine mistake. But it's interesting to kind of point out. The banana inside the microwave slowly begins to spin backwards as the timer counts down. The banana teleported. As before, it vanished from the microwave and returned to the bunch in gel form.
おお。
ゲルバナになったね。
やはり俺の予想通り発生条件は時間帯だったな。
I was a little anxious about the result, but it all worked out. I outwitted the impudent genius girl. Now my position as symbol of the lab mem is secure. Oh god, he's just so happy to like I slightly one up Risu in some fashion. That's just funny.
やるわね、岡部。あまりにも単純すぎて気づけなかった。
悔しいのか？それでも俺に3時の言葉を送る姿勢は評価してやろ
う。それより D メールが再現できるかについても確認しないと。
この法王院教魔の威厳がクリスティーナのせいでどんどん落ちていく。
もともと威厳はないと思う。
いいからそこの男子2人手伝って。岡部、あんたの携帯にメール送るから。
When I become her assistant.
ねえねえクリスちゃん、なんて送るの？
別に意味のある文章である必要はない。送れるかどうかを確認できさえすればいいんだから。
どれどれ？岡部ワズアンウェア
待て、そこの助手、何を打ち込んでいる？
さあね。準備？送るわよ。
this is where the timing counts. We know that we have to open the microwave door during operation, but we still don't know when to send the mail. For now, we'll do them simultaneously. Risu readies her finger on the phone's send button. I stand by in front of the microwave.
じゃあカウントするぜ。3、2、1、0。
来た来たぞ。
The discharge lasts for about 10 seconds. Luckily, it didn't break through the floor.
メール届いた？
I disconnect my phone from the phone wave and check my mail. There's an email there, 2 of them even. Okabe is an airhead. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. The Okabe in the first one is obviously my name, but what does airhead in this? Oh, he doesn't even get it. Oh no. My English is shaky. Is she saying my head can fly or something? Whatever, I may not know what it means, but I do know this. My assistant is making fun of me.
クリスティーナ、お前はメールを2通送ったのか？
ううん。送ったのは1通だけ。
マユシーも見たよ。あのね、本当に1通だった。
しかし2通受信しているぞ。
そうね。一つの文章だったのに分割されてる。
ちなみにこの文章の意味は？
自分で調べれば。
The wink. I guess she doesn't want to answer.
そういえばさ、この前の D メールも文章は途中で切れてたよな。
That's true. This is not the first time like the messages have been like cut up like this.
そうだったか？
何が原因なのかしら。
ゼリーマンと関係があるかもしれん。
でもマユシーはね、どうして5日前に届いたかの方が気になります。
確かに。前に送った時も5日前に届いてたわよね。
ああ、そうだった。
なんか法則性でもあるんじゃね？
じゃあさ、もっとじゃんじゃん送ってみようよ。
Mayuri's right. Now we've figured out how to send emails, we should keep experimenting and collect as much data as we can.
よし、ラボメンよ、全員配置につけ。
He's acting like this is like a action sequence. Oh, that's funny.
また始まった。
これより D メール実験を可能な限り連続で行う。ダルはペケロッパにて電話レンジカッコ仮の監視、調整、情報収集。助手はメールを打ち続けろ。さまざまなパターンの文章を試せ。日本語、英語、全角半角、絵文字、内容は問わん。
マユシーは？
マユリには買い出しを命じる。とりあえずバナナを買ってきてくれ。金はこのフワワイン京馬が出す。
わあ、オカリン太っ腹だね。
Oh my goodness, Okabe finally did it, boys. He's gonna pay freaking Mayuri the freaking bananas that he keeps taking from her. Finally, he's evolving. That made her so happy. That's all it takes, Okabe. It doesn't take much to make Mayuri happy, and that was literally just too precious.
じゃあ岡部はレンジのドアの開け閉めね。
うひょー、刺身にタンポポの花を乗せる仕事並みの単純作業じゃね？
へ、いや、助手の判断は的確だ。おそらく D メール製品の鍵はレンジのドアを開けるタイミングにかかっている。
いや、冗談で言ったんだけど。
レンジのドアの開け閉め、このフラワーインキャーマに任せるがいい。 神のごとき正確さと修羅のごとき大胆さ、そして女性を扱うかのごとき繊細さを持って開け示してやろう。
All because Crucio said she was just kidding. And Okabe opened the door, and now it just makes him go absolutely mad. But he probably thinks it's like, okay, if she's kidding around, I'm gonna do the same. And he just takes it up to 11. I shot out. He's making it sound like such a fucking epic thing. I shot open the door with the delicacy of a god, the intrepidation of a warrior, and the gentleness of an experienced lover. God, Okabe, just opening a microwave door. My god. Oh, that's funny.
わあ、オカリエッチ。
なお、本作戦はトップシークレットである。誰にも漏らしてはならない。いいな。では、作戦名を発表する。
作戦名とかいらないから始めましょう。
なん。
You ruined my climactic scene. Damn you, sister. This is an outbreak. And next scene. Operation he couldn't help himself. He still found a way to make it into a name. That was a good scene again. Yeah, everything with those two with their interactions is still really good. That section was fine. I can't even imagine what things they cut because everything feels pretty damn thorough like the original here. So, yeah, I have no real qualms there. It's kind of going about maybe the most smoothly it's been this chapter. A lot of it is just exposition, but like, yeah, it feels about how I remember it. I don't know. Maybe I'm sure some wordings are like rephrased slightly, but it captures all of it. Banter's good. This shit's just always interesting to me, just how they figure this out, and like the steps and process they do, and the trials and errors. It's very meticulous. I always find it really interesting because it really takes its time to really get into it. But it's just so funny at the same time. But hey, at least Okabe actually gave it a name. Operation Erd. I think that's another Norse mythology reference, I bet. That's going to be his, what, third one of the game thus far? The eldest of the three Norns, goddess of fate. That almost feels like an oddly, like, Kurisu-like praise, because it's definitely to a reference of a girl. So, this is like Okabe's probably cryptic way of, like, praising Kurisu here, by giving an operation name, like a female name. I don't know. Maybe, possibly. Norse mythology. Three sisters tend the world tree, which has roots in Erd's fountain. Erd is the Norn of the past. That's funny. I didn't notice that too. The Chunibyo. I just noticed that. That was... Oh, that's funny. That does for the category. Afterwards, the D-Mill experiment Operation Erd continues for around 2 hours, even if I didn't have the chance to announce its name properly. During that time, every D-Mill goes back in time without a hitch. Now it's time to take a break. We're hungry and except for Mayuri, we've been up since last night.
どうぞ休んでて。私はもうちょっとやってみるから。
Her scientist's blood must be on fire. We've made a number of discoveries, but we can wait to assess them until after we eat. Yeah, they've been going for over 24 hours at this point. Sheesh. I decide to take a break with Daru and grab lunch. When I get back, I spy the part-timer standing outside the Braun Tube workshop.
チース、なんか朝から愉快そうなことしてる？
Shenanigans.
いかにも。聞いて驚くな。俺たちは人類史にその名を残すであろうタイムマシンを作っているのだ。
ふーん、そっか。
お前、もっと驚いたらどうなのだ。
まあ信じられんのは当然じゃね。僕も最初は半信半疑だったし。つうかそう簡単に秘密ばらしちゃっていいのかよオカリン。機密事項じゃなかったん？
あ、しまった。そこのバイト選手よ。今俺が話したことは内密に頼む。
いいけど、そうじゃなくってさ、 店長がすっごくイライラしてるわけ。
そう言うと
2階からの振動がすごくってさ、埃が落ちてくるだけじゃなくて実際に揺れるんだよね。爆撃されたみたいに。あいつら一体何してんだ、家賃上げてやるぞこらってぼやいてた。謝りに行った方がいいかも。
ゲゲゲ、追い出されたらまずくね？
よし、ここは俺に任せろ。それとダルよ、助手にしばらく実験をやめるように伝えてくれ。
了解。あんた今最高に輝いてるよ。
Damn, the freaking game keeps doing it to me. Ooh, music tone. Okay, might be the first time I'm hearing. I'm not sure, but it's in this game. Dar salutes, then races up to the second floor. By the way, is Kamikazegames here too? That's right. They both. She gave her like a very weird glare when they brought the IBN 5100 back. So we're gonna continue on with this here.
おう。
Come to think of it, she did pick a fight with Christina earlier yesterday.
知り合いなのか？
昨日が初見。
初見？
First contact.
おお、なるほど。
What a confusing way to put it.
ああ、初めて会ったにしてはやたら敵意をむき出しにしていなかったか？
遅延だよ。
Oh, interesting. What? I barely heard her. Her voice was so low. Did she call Kurisu an enemy? But that doesn't make sense.
おお、個人的な恨みがあるということか。しかし初めて会ったのに？
まあね。
何かあったのか？
直接はないかな。
間接的というとどういうつながりだ？なんなら俺がクリスティーナに話をつけてもいい。
別にいいって。
もしかして単なる逆恨みだったりするのか？
もうしつこい。岡部倫太郎さん、私のことより店長に謝りに行かなくていいの？
He's getting cold. But I am Ho-Wing Kyoma, the mad scientist who brings chaos to the world. I cannot falter now.
失礼する。
Even my grand entrance can't pull his eyes away from the huge 42-inch CRT. It looked like he's in the middle of lunch, judging from the ramen bowls on the nearby table.
おう岡部、おめえ一体上で何やってんだ？
But now, it's not the time to falter.
実は世紀の実験中でしてね。すなわち人類の科学史を塗り替えるタイム。
おめえらのお遊びのことはどうでもいいんだよ。このビルのオーナーは俺。分かってんのか？結構ボロいビルだからよ。おめえらがガタガタ揺らすと壁にひびでもできるんじゃねえかと俺は気が気じゃねえわけ。
Better keep quiet about the dent in the floor, yeah.
ミスター・ブラウンよ、まさかこのビル耐震偽装物件ではなかろうな。
だったらどうなんだよ。ちゃんと補強工事はした。だがな、いくらなんでもおめえらは揺らしすぎだ。
このビルの一つや二つ崩壊したから何だというのです？
はあ？
我らが行っている実験は何度も言うが人類の科学史、いいや人類の歴史そのものを塗り替えるような壮大な内容なのです。このビルをあと10年延命させるよりよほど意義のあるものだ。
The building starts shaking again as soon as I finish speaking. Flakes of concrete start falling from the ceiling. The 42-inch CRTV image goes to static. Damn it, Dara, what are you doing? I thought I told you to stop the experiments.
こら岡部、なんか落ちてきたぞ。ラーメンに入ったろうがどうしてくれるんだ。とにかくこれ以上揺らすんじゃねえ。でないと家賃を1万上げる。
If you raise it to 10,000 yen, we're ruined.
任せるがいいミスター・ブラウン。我が名誉にかけて今日は もう揺らさないと使おう。クリスティーナ、今すぐ実験は中止だ。
I burst back into the lab, only to see three of them casually eating at the table. Meyer has a regular fried chicken in front of her. Garo has his convenience store bento. Krisu twirls some instant noodles around her fork.
ごめんねオカリン。今マユシーが唐揚げを温めようとしたんだけどね、ついいつもの癖で逆回転させちゃって、ついでだから放電させてみたの。
そうか。
あんたにメール届いてるはずだけど見てないの？
Your sarcasm is not appreciated, Christina. You know as well as I do that my phone is still attached to the phone lane.
ふざけるな。ミスター・ブラウンに睨まれるのは俺なのだぞ。
Did I get another message? I did get a mail. Why am I not getting notified for these messages? They usually just kind of pop up. Hello? Okay. Never mind. Why is that? I don't know why I keep saying I got... Well, I did technically get... Oh my god. Wouldn't these be like older messages then from the past? I want to read this conversation first.
5日も前に忠告したのに。
店長怒ってた？
Lukako about frogs. Kiyoma-san, are you familiar with Gale froggies? They were a huge fad last year. We had tons of them at the shrine, so if you like, could you take a few off our hands? Dad bought a whole box for some reason. Then he said they were for me, but I don't know what to do with them. P.S. I was so bewildered I couldn't do any swings with my samurai. How would I apply this? The Gale froggies. Maybe he'll explain what they are more in detail. Those weird-looking frog things that were popular with teenage girls in Shibuya last year, right? If I'm not mistaken, they came out with a wide variety of them. Okay. I think that's like an achievement in the game itself, the Garo Froggies, so that's actually 74 messages. Dude, I think that's way more than what I remember seeing in the inbox. Was he mad? Yes, he was mad.
ああ、殺意の波動を感じた。
Somehow the gravity of the situation is lost on these two girls. They know not the wrath of Mr. Braun. Ignorance is bliss.
とにかく今日はこれ以上の実験は中止だ。
いいわ。実験のデータは十分取れたし。
I tell the two about Mr. Braun's cruelty and sit down to eat.
さて、オペレーションウルドの実験成果についてこの場で検討してみようか。
He couldn't help himself. He has to bring up the Operation Erd.
オペレーションウルドってなんぞ？
ああ、そういえばどこぞの助手のせいで作戦名を披露できなかったのだったな。D メールの連続送信実験、それがオペレーションウルドであり、
実験の成果はあった。
Damn this woman, she won't let me talk.
D メールについて少なくとも何ができるのかは分かったから。
Krisu gets the whiteboard and begins jotting down bullet points.
とまあこんな感じ。補足や反論は？
Nothing especial as she summarized the vital parts. Irie has her mouth half open in a blank stare. She clearly doesn't understand.
D メールでは最大で英文36文字か日本語文18文字しか送れないというのは不便だな。改善したいところだ。
During the experiments, every mail we sent was split into 3 messages. There were 6 full-width characters each. Anything from the 19th character or 37th in half-width vanished into the ether entirely.
でもいつへ送るかの調節ができるのを発見したのはすごくね。
Timer setting on the phone wavename, so to say, clearly determines how many hours into the past a D-mail arrives. which means it's controllable, albeit only in hour increments.
発見しただけで満足してたら無意味。原理を突き止めないと。ここに書いたのは現象として確認できたものでしかない。
原理の究明か。確かにそれが分からなければ真にタイムマシンを作ったことにはならない。6文字で3通しか送れないのは何が原因だ？
We both fall silent.
ねえねえ、唐揚げやバナナはゲル揚げとかゲルバナになっちゃって、でもお塩はゲル塩にはならなかったんだよね。
マユシ略すの好きすぎじゃね？
Myri had informed us that the fried chicken was gel-like on the inside, once had it been unfrozen. In other words, Grisu's hypothesis was correct.
で D メールは18文字まではちゃんと送れて、19文字以上は消えちゃうんだよね。きっとね、おっきなものとかたくさんは送れないんじゃないかな。もしかしてそのカーブブラックホールが
カーブラックホールね。
カーブブラックホールが
カーブラックホール。
ブラックホールの穴がきついんだよ。
Oh no.
マユシ、今の言葉もう一度よろう。穴ってとこから。
穴がきついの。
Stop.
これはけしからん。
言わせているんじゃないアホだる。
This is brazen sexual harassment. Myri has flowers for brains, so she's easy prey for Dara's perversions. It drives me crazy.
穴がきつい。あながち間違ってないかも。おそらくセルンのタイムマシンと同じ原因ね。リフターの調整がうまくできてないから完全には得意点を裸にできず、そのせいで送れる容量が限定される。
唐揚げやバナナはともかく全角6文字半角12文字のデータ通と容量は12バイトだ。
English characters are half-width, so they only use 1 byte, but full-width Japanese characters use 2.
バイト？キロバイトじゃなくて？
おーっと、マキセ氏はメカに弱いタイプと見た。へえ、そうなのか助手。
Uh-oh.
うるさいな。バイトなんて単位は最近見ないから確認しただけよ。
By the way, 1 kilobyte is 1024 bytes. 1 byte is 8 bits.
まあ電子メールは本文テキストだけじゃないけどさ、送信先と送信元のメルアドとかヘッダとかもろもろ込みだともっと増えるけど、目安として12バイト分の文字数なら3回分は転送できるってことじゃね？あ、ちなみに鍵名は入れると入れないとでどう変わるかわかんない。
確かに唐揚げやバナナをデジタルデータに換算したところで12バイト程度のサイズになるとは思えんな。
How do you measure a banana in bytes anyways? That's a good question.
塩は一つ一つが小さいから12バイト以下と換算された可能性がある。
質量が大きいと超重力に押しつぶされるっていうこと？
質量ではないかもしれん。データには重さはない。
いずれにせよ得意点を裸にできてない時点でイベントホライゾンを通過せざるを得なくなる。そのイベントホライゾン内では空間と時間の入れ替わりの影響でリング上得意点に到達した被験者は超高速に達してるから、超重力により押しつぶされて破壊されたデータがブラックホールから吐き出されてしまう。
ゼリーマンの出来上がりだ。
でも質量が小さければ通り抜けられるとも思えない。どっちにしろ超重力の中を抜けないといけないのよ。
穴がきついのならば注入する電子を増やせばいい。
セルンだってその方法は試したはず。なのに実験開始から9年経っても解決できてない。単純に電子の量を増やせばいいってわけでもないのよ。
そうか。
そもそもセルンではリフターがあるけど、電話レンジの場合それに代替するものが何なのかすら分かってないし、これじゃあ調整以前の問題。
リフターに代わるものが何なのか、それは不明だが、少なくともその代替物の効果によりリング得意点に36バイトプラスアルファまでは通り抜け可能な道が作られているのは確かだ。
これでゼリーマンの件は解明できたんじゃね？
でもまだ仮説よ。それが証明されたわけじゃない。
証明ってどうやんの？セルンと同じように人体実験するん？
岡部と橋田さんが被験者として志願してくれるなら喜んで実験してあげるけど。
That's funny.
人体実験ってなんか響きがヤバすぎっしょ。性的な意味で。
Stop. Stop.
だが断る。僕はされる方よりせっかくだからする方を選びたい。
右に同じ。いや、性的な意味でという部分は同意しないが。
バカと何度も言うけど、問題はあの電話レンジのどこにリフターに代替する機能があるのかっていうこと。
それともう一つ、なぜ時間帯によって放電現象やゼリーマン化が起きたり起きなかったりするのかだ。
わからないことはあるけど D メールのやり方についてはもう完璧ってことでファイナルアンサー。
That's a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire reference, isn't it? Abbreviated FA in Japanese used in the question is that your final answer in internet slang. It originates from a popular quiz show with contestants who want to be millionaire. Obviously in Japan, you know, I don't know if that show's like a popular thing or if I don't know. But I got it.
過去にメールを送れるってすごいことだよね。
人が直接過去へ飛べるわけじゃないからタイムマシンって感じはしないけど。
それをやろうとしてセルンほどの研究機関が失敗し続けてる。タイターの予言によると完成まであと24年かかるんだっけ。
確かに今の俺たちでは物理的なタイムマシンは無理かもしれんな。セルンに比べて金も施設も足りない。しかし俺たちはそれでもタイムトラベルを実現させた。データを過去へと送ったのだ。
この電話レンジはもっとちゃんと検証するべきね。何が起きてるのか把握しないと。
D メールをもっといろいろ面白いことに使いたい件について。
気持ちはわかるが今日は無理だ。もしまたビルを揺らしたらミスター・ブラウンから最後通告を出されるだろう。
He'll race the right and kick us out of the lab, yeah.
詳細な検証は明日以降に行う。だがこれだけは宣言させてくれ。本日今日って何日
8月2日。
2010年8月2日は人類史にとって永遠に記憶に残る日となるであろう。なぜなら今日この日我が未来ガジェット研究所は人類史上初のタイムマシン開発に成功したからである。
人類史上初じゃなくね？セルに先越されてたし。
そもそも開発したとは言えない。偶然使えるようになっただけ。
助手はセレンディピティという言葉を知らないらしいな。ペニシリンに X 線にダイナマイト、その他多くの偉大な発明は偶然から生まれたのだ。
I don't know. I wonder if Okabe is actually right about this. Explosive invented. Okay. Type electromagnetic wave discovered by him in 1895. Fame of world's first antibiotic discovered in 1929.
それはそうだけど。
でもクリスちゃんってタイムマシンなんてないやーいってこの前は言ってたよ。 今はあるって認めてるんだね。
今のところは認めざるを得ないってだけ。きちんと原理を究明しないと。もしかしたらタイムマシンとは似ても似つかないまがいものかもしれない。
どいつもこいつも俺の堂々たる宣言に敬意すら払わんとは。この栄誉を俺が独り占めしても後で文句を言わないことだな。今日の第66回円卓会議は以上だ。
今のって円卓会議だったん？知らんかった。しかも66回って。
円卓だろうがなんだろうがどうでもいい。帰ってシャワー浴びて寝る。
マユシーはもうすぐバイトなのです。
I'm incredibly tired too. All I want to do today is sleep. When I lie down, I find myself unable to sleep. My curiosity grows even stronger, or ever stronger. Although deep inside, I fear that we may have stepped into the realm of darkness. We built a time machine that can send emails to the past. It's like a dream, but it's real and it's ours. I don't know. It's just so fucking interesting to me, just how they figure this stuff out. It's really interesting. Just the thought process, the logic behind it. Like, I don't know. I feel like I'm repeating my same points, but this section, it feels so much like the original in terms of like the dialogue and the quippiness, the banter. It all kind of hits. It matches that well, other than like the visuals being not nearly as good, which is a whole other tangent. But like, this feels all kind of kept from the original. Let's finish this section. I think it's gonna fade into another thing. I'm not really sure. I'm gonna keep reading here. As I start thinking of ways to use it, my imagination spreads out to infinity, driving the last vestiges of fear from my mind. I probably said that horribly wrong, but alright, okay, I was right. What the hell is it? Hey, we got the tip list. We got the email as an official name now. Abbreviated term, form of delivery mail, a text message that can be sent to the past, it's sent via phone. Okay. What the? Ooh, this looks different. Visually it looks different from the original.
ここはイベントホライゾンを超えた場所。時間と空間の役割が入れ替わった場所。
The sight is breathtakingly beautiful. However, one point in space lacks stars. I stare at that point. I'm falling through the sea of stars. No, not falling. I'm being pulled. Pulled into a rift of utter darkness from which not even light can escape. Light itself is but dust in my wake.
あんたは移動なんてしていない。
Why do I
言ったは
use
ず。
this voice?
ここでは空間と時間の役割は入れ替わっている。あんたは空間を移動することはできない。あんたの時間が延々と引き延ばされているのよ。
I accelerate.
あんたの1秒が私には延々となる。遠くから観測している私にはあんたは停止しているようにしか見えない。
Am I looping? No, that's not it. Is the end running away from me? That's not it either. Stretching. What is
振
stretching?
り返ってはいけない。永遠は無限ではない。永遠へ向かって時間が引き延ばされ続けようとも終わりは存在する。 時間と空間の役割は入れ替わっている。
A second stretched out to infinity. 1 second becomes one thousandth of a second. 1/10 of a second becomes 100th of a second. 100th of a second becomes 1,000. Oh my god, seconds. It's going nuts. It's going nuts. Seconds, it's just going into slow motion. When will I arrive? No matter how close I get, I can never reach. My
振り
body.
返ってはいけない。
I want to look back. I want to go back. I can't look back. I can't go back. I face towards the thing. While frozen for eternity. It was indeed a bad dream. It's bright out. What time is it? I stare blankly at my phone's flickering display. My mind and body feel like lead. My phone vibrates again, signaling another email. A soft knock at the door quietly accompanies it. I get up from my sofa, annoyed. I check the clock. It's 9 a.m. I slept for over 15 hours. I open the door, and Moika's right there.
寝ていたのだ。
I'm still half asleep. That was one hell of a nightmare. Maybe I'm more shocked by the truth of CERN's experiments than I thought I was.
それで本当に IBN5100 を見に来たのか？
I'm just gonna look at all my emails. Rudely just being in. Can the game load the freaking emails? Thank you. I think it starts here. 9:10 a.m. Book Bakun, I came like you said. You told me I could come see the Ivan 5100, right? Aren't you there? The lights are on, the window's open. If you're in, can you unlock the door? I'm outside right now. That was at 9:10. 9:11. Were you sleeping? Ignoring me? I'm coming up the stairs. 9:12. He's giving him like 1 minute to reply. Please reply. Are you pretending to be out? I'm outside the door. I thought about knocking, but this building's dark and scary. I don't want to make a noise since I was scared something would come out. That's the door. Did you go out? Where are you? Are you still in Akihabara? I'm gonna knock. Answer if you're here, Mulk. Face to face, why is she sending email? You said I could come see. True, I did say that. If you're gonna visit someone, don't you usually let them know beforehand?
見るのはいいが、こんな朝っぱらに来なくても。いや、待てよ。貴様、本当の狙いはこの俺の取材だな。
Like back when we first met, and she took a picture of my face without permission. Since I am the infamous mad scientist Hoing Kilma, I'm quite the delicious topic. That's why I refuse all interviews and photo ops. Am I wrong about her? Can I? Oh, now she's talking. Too bad I don't understand what you mean.
わかるように頼む。
Can you what?
IBN5100
いいだろう。しかし、見せるだけだ。そして、見たら帰るのだ。それでいいか？
I won't sell or lend it to her no matter what. That machine is too critical to our hacking operation against CERN, the enemy. Her eyes instantly light up as she stares at the machine in fascination. She's really entrapped. Maybe she's not only a male demon, but also a retro PC maniac. After staring at the IB5100 for a few moments, Moika starts cheerfully typing out a mail. What in language? Game? I'm hitting the button. Did I get 2 of them? Can I take a pic, please? Screw it. It would be over in a second if she just talked.
無断撮影は禁止だ。どんなカメラで撮るのか教えてもらおう。
The IBN5100 is our top secret weapon against CERN. Unless I place strict restrictions on photography, she might snap a picture when I'm not paying attention. I'm being chased by the organization, so I can't expose my face to the media.
まさか、それか？その携帯の内蔵カメラで撮ると？
I thought she was doing a magazine article, but if she's using her phone, does this woman have no journalistic instinct at all? What a wretched thing she is.
OK だ。自由に撮ってもらって構わん。ただし、この俺の顔以外だ。もしも撮ったら、俺はお前の口を封じるしかなく。
撮るつもりないから、岡部君の顔は。
Moika immediately starts shooting the IBN5100. 30 minutes later, Moeka is still taking pictures. I can't go anywhere with Moeka here. I know the IBAN 5100 is too heavy for her to carry, but still, there's no telling what this fanatic will do if I let her out of my sight. Suddenly, I get another mail. What is it this time? Can I borrow it, please, please? It's so absurd that I have to go along with her tedious mail talk.
ダメだと言っただろう。いやいや、待てい。なぜ貸すのが前提になっているのだ。
本当に。
本当だ。
どうしても。
どうしてもだ。
Once again, she does her thing, typing on her phone at high speed. Tell me where you found it. Did you really have to be an email? Did that really have to be me? What a troublesome one.
いいか、よく聞け。幻のレトロ PC IBN5100 はその主人としてこの俺フォーを隠居魔を選び契約した。それが眼前たる事実。神ですら歪められぬ決定事項。シュタインズゲートの選択だ。そもそも契約において俺は一時的にこれの力を借りているに過ぎない。使い終われば元の所有者に返すことになる。
Moeka, meanwhile, is staring at the floor in what I assume is defeat.
俺もそこまで鬼ではない。俺は俺の目的のためにこれと契約した。その目的を果たした後ならば次はお前が契約できるように元の所有者と交渉してやってもいい。
There'll be a time when I return to IBAN 5100 to the Yanabayashi Shrine. At that time, Ragnarok will be over and the fate of the world will have been
そして
decided.
ラグナロックが勝利に終わろうと敗北に終わろうとこの法王隠居魔の人生はいや今の言葉は忘れてくれ。そんな先のことなど今は考えている場合ではないからな。
それより場所を。
I just really like her design. It's actually one of the few one of the few new redesigns in the game that I actually think it's pretty good. Like Susa's also is pretty good too. Just Kurisu's maybe just because I'm so hyper fixated on her. Just I notice it so much more. I don't know, but it's actually a pretty decent change, and the hair detail isn't totally just nuked of design. It's actually not bad. I can live with this. I like the redesign for Moeka. Now, if I obviously had to pick which one would I prefer, but always the original. But this and Suzuha aren't that too bad of a design the more I keep seeing it. Shockingly. Daru and Kurisu are kind of like the two that are just, and Mr. Braun are like the three I really don't like. I mean, Okabe's fine. We don't really see too much of him in the original game itself, so it's actually kind of a good excuse to actually see more of him with this game. I don't know, but definitely need something to eat. Something to not starve myself. This is probably like super unprofessional of me to even do. But I'm having a good time. I'm happy. This is all I wanted to do when I streamed. Just enjoy something I want to freaking do. Oh. That'll be enough. More than enough snacks for me. Tried to not crinkle the bag too close to the mic, but it sounds terrible. Alright. We're good enough. Jeez, I had some good angst going there. She's just oblivious.
IBN5100 は柳林神社にあった。
Just then I hear the door open and Moeka twitches.
グーテンモルゲン。
ずいぶん早いな。
Ever since university went into summer break, Darrow has been coming to the lab in the morning less and less. Then again, he's been staying up all night more and more.
昨日夕方から寝始めたからさ、朝は5時に目覚めちゃったんだ。はあ、暑い。午前中なのにこの暑さとかありえなさすぎだろ、ジョコ。オカリン、そちらのエロセクシーな三次元女性はどなたでありますか？
ああ、紹介しよう。シャイニングフィンガー桐生萌香だ。
シャイニングフィンガーだと？俺のこの手が光ってうなる？
うならない。だが能力者だ。
能力とかねえよ。
見ればわかるはずだ。
まあいいや。よろしく、桐生氏。
萌香よ。この男こそ俺のマイフェイバリットライトアーム、スーパーハッカーのダルだ。
Her expression hasn't changed at all. It's as if everything we say flows cleanly through one ear and out the other. And she was so eager to meet the super hacker before.
オカリン、まさかこの人にヤバいことでもしてたん？
やばいこととはなんだ？俺たちは撮影をしていただけだ。
撮影だと？それをネタに脅し、ついには性的なおもちゃに。
エロゲノーを現実に持ち込むのはやめろ。
さあせん。
Darrow's jokes aren't helping.
あ、そうそう。電話レンジだけどさ、ちょっと改良しようと思うんだよね。ほら、今って結構めんどい手順が必要じゃん。D メールを過去に送るのにさ。
You idiot, how can you make a basic mistake? Hello? Can I check my phone? Okay.
聞き違いだ。
いいえ、はっきり聞こえた。
Moak is pretty persistent. She won't let me escape so easily. What should I do? I grit my teeth and bring my phone firmly to my
俺
ear.
だ。まずいことになった。いや、そうじゃない。8号機の情報が第三者に漏れた。ああ、分かっている。なんとかするさ。場合によっては口封じをしてでも食い止める。ああ、機関に知られるわけにはいかないからな。これがシュタインズゲートの選択だとしたらやりきれないな。案ずるな。地獄行きは聖戦の後と決めている。エル、臭い、カングルー。
誰と電話を？
お前には関係ない。
Mori looks down and begins typing with a nail. You're not. Oh wait, hold
選
on.
べ。
That came up
秘
too
密
soon.
を守ると誓うか、あるいは死か。
Why is the phone mechanic so much fucking worse in this game? Let me look at that again. Are you not FB, are you? Ooh, interesting. It's neat to see it that early on.
今すぐにだ。猶予はない。他に選択肢もない。我がラボの秘密を知った以上、貴様には覚悟を決めてもらうぞ、桐生萌香。
殺す？
貴様が事実を公表しようとするならばな。この狂気のメッドサイエンティストフラロイン京馬をあまり舐めない方が身のため。
何？オカリンまた始まったん？桐生氏、オカリンのこれは一種の病気だから気にしないで OK。
バカ者が！お前の迂闊な発言のせいで電話レンジカッコ仮のタイムマシンとしての機能がバレてしまったというのに。
タイムマシン。
今オカリンも迂闊な発言を。
but you're so bad at trying to keep a secret. God, he's so bad at keeping secrets. Jesus Christ. This is awful. Everything that could go wrong has. How do I recover? First, I need to silence Snow.
てってるー、おはよう。あ、ポカリー、タイムマシン実験する前にマユシーに唐揚げ温めさせてほしいな。
だ
For finish, it's impossible to talk our way out of this one.
桐生萌か全て話そうその上で頼みがある
A favor, huh?
震えよ我が右腕
Oh no. Oh, the right arm. Oh
契
no.
約に基づき命じる漆黒の極縁をまといて我が望みすなわち破壊の衝動を満たせ隠して塵は塵へ灰は灰へと帰る
I dramatically shriek as I grab both sides of the microwave door and yank as hard as I can. I loosened the screws earlier, but I still hear something snap as I force the door off its hinges. So to make this sequence dramatic, he purposely loosened the screws to make this moment happen. Oh god, he wants to make it into a spectacle for this moment.
あー、これじゃあもう唐揚げ温められないよ。
参りよこれはすでに電子レンジではないタイムマシンなのだ
ボーボーだよ。じゃあオカリン、新しく電子レンジ買ってきてよ。
そんな金はない
Besides, this was Daro's idea. Removing the microwave door means we don't have to open it every time we want to send an email. Mocha raises her phone to snap a photograph. I cover up the lens with my hand.
撮影は禁止だと言っている
記念に
何の記念だとにかく撮るな
Mocha has just been assigned to LabNet 005, as Ogre calls it. It was a choice between letting her leak word of Time Machine or forcing her to join our group. I reluctantly chose the latter.
俺の随分甘くなったものだ昔ならば容赦なく始圧師の命を絶っていたところだろう
Mocha doesn't back down. She quietly stares at me as if she had something to say.
なんだ
本当にタイムマシン
本当だお前にも後で見せてやるだから絶対に口外するないいな
She gives a little nod.
よーしプログラム終わった。
それじゃあ実験再開ね。
There are only 2 or 3 types in the box. I'll send you a picture. If you want any, please tell me. I'll bring them over. P.S. I did 10 practice swings. Hell yeah. Oh, the attachable pictures. That's what they look like. Hey, I don't even think I remember that from the first game. I don't think I got this message in the first game, or I probably didn't reply to it the right way, or I hit the wrong message. Hey, at least I know what they look like. That's cool. Hey, that's what they... That's neat. Cute. Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of messages. That Kurisu was sending. Is this, oh my god, is this all of them? Okabe is Bird. Okabe's a bird, airhead. I drank so much coffee. It hurts. Oh god, all the freaking messages Kurisu was sending him. This is a fun little factoid of the game, I think. Even from the original, that was cool. need to read this again. There's nothing there. How many letters work? What's up? I. It's all good. Bye. I am that. Christian. Did they not translate some of that? Christian. Wait. Christian. Christina is not my 3 lines. You should probably say Christina is not my name. 1 or 2 bytes. Rest disappear is the limit. 3 lines. That's a freaking uh-oh right there. That's supposed to be translated. I remember, I think in the original it wasn't like that, so big uh-oh there. The rest of things disappear. Change limit. A-E-A-I-U-E-O-K. She's just, oh my god, it's just really funny to see how much she was tinkering with like all the messages and like how it all works. She really did spend a lot of time figuring it out. Dude, now she's just listening to the alphabet. YZ. I got it now. 2 byte equals 6 char. 1 byte equals 12. 1 more, please. God damn. I can't even imagine another world line where Oakbay literally is getting, dear God, how many messages? Like 20, 30 messages, just about? Yeah, from Kurisu. That'll be funny to think about. Alright, now that we know all the messages that she was sending, we'll continue on. Kurisu soon showed up, making a full house of lab medals.
でもまた店長さんに怒られないかな。
案ずることはない。俺は昨日ミスター・ブラウンとこう約束したのだ。今日はもう揺らさないと誓うつまり揺らさないと約束したのは昨日だけであって、昨日から見るところの今日は揺らしても問題ないのだ。
何の解決にもなってないじゃない。どうしてそこまで自信満々でいられるのか不思議。
つまりこう言いたいのか、クリスティーナ。ミスター・ブラウンをやれと。
No.
言っとらんわ。
Yeah. No.
それに岡部みたいな兵糧が向かっていってもあの店長にはかなわないでしょ。
ムキムキだもんね。
Unfortunately, it's impossible to experiment without shaking the building. There's no other way around this. I need to confront the man himself. Kurisu, Darumayuri, and even Moako look at me with expectant looks on their faces. There's nothing else to do but commit. Are they planning to sacrifice me?
それがシュタインズゲートの選択か。しかし。
Looking out the window and glance to the street below. I see a girl outside polishing her bicycle. Crouched by her and watching intently is another small girl. There's only the 2 of them.
そこのバイト選手。
ああ、ウィース。
The quieter little girl by Suzuha's side is Tanojo Ne, the daughter of none other than Mr. Prawn. Seems she's visiting him at work today. I've always wondered how it's possible for such a muscular man to spawn such a cute girl.
そこで何をしている？
見ればわかんじゃん。自転車磨いてんだよ。
今日はバイトじゃないのか？
バイトだよ。だからここにいるんだし。
You're polishing your bicycle even though you're at work. I mean, I guess the store barely has any customers. To put it bluntly, was there ever a need for a part-timer?
おい、バイト選手。ミスター・ブラウンはどうしている？
ミスター・ブラウン？誰
？1階のジャンク屋の店長のことだ。
ああ、ミスター・ブラウンってそういう意味か。お父さんの名前は ミスター・ブラウンじゃないよ。
The little girl diligently corrects us on her father's name. She must not get the joke.
店長は出張サービス中、しばらく帰還しないんじゃないかな。
何？それは本当か？
本当じゃなきゃ私ここでサボってないよ。ああ、なえ、サボってることは店長には内緒ね。じゃあ今度自転車に乗せて。
What a tremendous bolt of luck.
聞いた通りだ。これこそがシュタインズゲートの選択なのだろう。ミスター・ブラウンは今不在。すなわちそれは実験し放題であることを意味する。
結局根本的解決はまた先送りするのか。
シュタインズゲートの選択だと言っている。
何でもいいからさ、とりあえず電話レンジセカンドエディションバージョン 1.03 を試したいんだけど。
It's funny going through the game like a second time, and God knows how many instances with the anime now. Just how how it all works. And that line of dialogue is going to be very important. Seems innocuous, but that's pretty funny. JC is at North Hampshire. Hell yeah. North Hampshire. They're in North. That line Daro says here, it's going to be important. Second edition version 1.03.
セカンドエドエドションバーゼロション。
セカンドエディションバージョン 1.03。
How did we get to 1.03?
そんなやぼったい言い方はよせ。この改良型はヘブンリーメリーゴーラウンドだ。
Oh god.
名前なんてどうでもいいでしょ。いいから実験を。
The shutter. A sudden shutter sound cuts through the room. We freeze. Mulligan has her phone pointing at us. How many times have I told her to not take pictures?
楽しそうなんだから。
That is true. You know what's funny? There's a lot of moments in the anime itself that it recaptures like these scenes. I swear to God, it does a better job with something because it's. She takes the picture when like Kurisu and like Okubi are kind of like talking back and forth, and then she takes a picture of that. Of that, like, I don't know. It's funny to me. Curious how this is gonna. It's the same as in the original. It's just funny. I just think of the anime so much with certain shots and moments. Let's see what happens after this.
そんなわけない。少なくとも私はこのサークルのノリにうんざりしてただけよ。
それにしてもこの助手ツンデレである。
I know what that means. Girl who usually aloof and is super soon becomes affectionate, daring when alone with her romantic interest. However, the definition is getting more broad recently. I think this is the first time the game has actually mentioned it, which I don't remember if the original mentioned it earlier, but we're getting it here.
誰がツンデレだ。
おお、マキセ氏ってツンデレの意味わかるん？
知らないわよ。
So she's familiar with otaku culture. Hell yeah. I wonder how she got that knowledge while living. I wonder how she got that knowledge while living in America.
早く実験を。
She's grown an interest in the time machine ever since we told her the truth. Of course, I made a promise to never write an article about it. I threaten to take her phone away if she breaks her oath. The phone wave name subject change is ready to send a email whenever we are.
じゃあオカリンの携帯に転送されるように設定するを。
Dara types my phone mail address into the X68000's keyboard. Beside, Mayuri was going to be the one to send the emails, so she starts typing on her phone. Mayuri's mail should have gone through the phone wave. Dedicated phone reminder. Mayushi.
これは
It really. Malika's usually expressionless face turns to shock when she sets eyes on my phone.
どうだこれで電話レンジカッコ仮が紛れもなくタイムマシンだと分かっただろう。
ちょっと
The voice of part-time warrior comes in through the window.
またグラグラ揺れたぞ。しかもなんか光ってたし。
I decide to ignore her. Mr. Braun is one thing, but she doesn't scare me at all.
さてラボメンの諸君、第73回円卓会議を始めようと思う。
The 73rd Roundtable Conference.
昨日は第66回だったけど、間の6回はどこに消えたの？
細かいことを気にするとは器の小さいやつめ。だからクリスティーナは助手止まりなのだ。
私は助手でもクリスティーナでもないとあれほど。
オペレーションウルド第1段階では D メールが送れること、 D メールの性能について検証した。
Why is the phone mechanic so fucking bad? Can I see the text game or what the hell? Let me just thank you. Oh my god. Operation Erd sounds military. We discovered that we can only send up to 36 characters or 18 full-width characters, which get broken down into 3 lines.
今日の実験では作戦を第2段階へと進め、この D メールをより実践的に使ってみようと思う。
実践的か。朝に届くようにして「おはようオカリン」ってちゃんと見てもらえるようにするんだね。
そんなわけがあるか。そんなものはチラシの裏にでも書いておけ。
チラシの裏じゃオカリンに届かないよ。
俺が言っている実践的というのはすなわち、
I clicked it. Can I see the mail? Hello? Why is this so much more clunkier? It's a how can a game from 17 years ago nail this mechanic so much easier than a remaster or a remake or reboot as they call it? Minor insurance there is thank you, Boaka. Thank you. This is gonna be fucking obnoxious with the phone if I'm constantly if it's not gonna it's gonna keep doing this.
過去を変えられるかどうか。
ちょっと待って、そんなの危険すぎる。あんた神にでもなったつもり？
Alright, well here we go. You got mail. I'm gonna click it. No, I didn't even click it. What is this? Why is it such an extra step? Change the past, I wanna try.
おや助手よ。何が危険だというのだ。
タイムパラドックスよ。もしも仮にパラドックスが発生した瞬間に世界が吹き飛んだら、あんたどうするつもり？
その時は俺もお前も死んでいるだろう。
そんな無責任な考えで過去を変えようなんてふざけてるの？まさかあんた本気で世界に混沌をどうたらとかを実行に移そうとしてるんじゃないでしょうね。
いやいや、それはないわ。マキセ氏、オカリンの言うことはもっと適当に受け流して OK。
I have no idea why the phone mechanic is so much fucking worse. Usually when you hit the button, it says new menu, you click it, you get it. Why is it such an extra step? What's this about chaos? Are you a bad guy? Oh, okay. This is gonna be really fucking obnoxious with Mocha and how she constantly uses her phone to send messages. So this is just gonna make this so much more damn tedious than it freaking needs to be.
そう？
Oh, Grace is kind of figuring it out.
Daijoubu. オカリンはね、本当はとってもいい人なんだから。
俺に対する評価など聞いてはいないが、クリスティーナの疑問には答えておく。
Mocha, stop. I can't handle this extra. It wasn't like this the last time I freaking played it. Why is it so much worse now? I disagree. You won't let me the IBM 5100 meanie. She's so much more lively and like emotive in the freaking texts. All right, he'll answer Christina's question though.
確かに俺の野望は世界に混沌をもたらすことだ。しかし、それを実行に移すにはあまりにも準備が足りなさすぎる。ましてや18文字しか送れないメールではできることなどほとんどないだろう。故に今回は俺の野望、プロジェクトカオティックについてはひとまず置いておく。
プロジェクトカオティック。
思いつき。
マキセ氏正解。たった今思いついてとりあえず行ってみたっていうオチかと。オカリンっていつもそうなんだよな。
俺を分析するな、ダル。
Okabe-kun's funny too. Thank you, Mocha.
ねえねえ、それじゃあ実践的な使い方ってどんな使い方なのかな？
過去を変える具体的内容について詳しく。
まずこれはあくまで検証実験だということを忘れるな。過去を変えられるかどうかを確かめられればそれでいいのだから、変える事象は些細なことで問題ない。
岡部、あんたバタフライ効果って知ってる？
もちろんだ。
Sweet second click, third click, fourth click, fifth click, sixth clicks. That was ridiculous. 6 clicks just to get to the email, when I think in the original it's literally just 2. I never heard of the butterfly effect. Everyone's so smart, I can't follow the conversation. Going back, I remember takes a lot of steps, like the original, but accessing the message itself shouldn't take 6 fucking clicks of the button. When the original, all you needed 2. They made that more. They made this worse, which is so fucking stupid. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jesus Christ.
ああ、あれっしょ。風が吹けば大ケアが儲かるってやつ。
いや、それは同じ意味のようだけど違うような。
北京で蝶が羽ばたくとニューヨークで嵐が起きるだろ。
そう、それよ。カオス理論の一つ。
The theory that even if something can be expressed with a simple formula, it is hard to perfectly predict its outcome. However, this doesn't mean that the result is random. It means that the slightest variation in initial conditions can cause a wildly diverging outcome. This theory only applies to long-term predictions.
つまりあんたの言う些細なことでも意図的に変えれば未来に重大な影響を及ぼすかもしれない。その責任をどう取るつもり？
タイターはこう言っていた。世界は多世
だから過去を変えてもいいって？あんなうさんくさい自称タイムトラベラーの妄想を信じるの
Many worlds? You mean there are more worlds just like this one? I don't believe it. And that makes it okay to change the past. You're going to believe this self-proclaimed time traveler's delusions.
妄想だと証明できるのか？
妄想をよりどころにして行動した結果、取り返しのつかないことになったらどうするのかと言ってる。
For some reason, I always end up getting emotional whenever I argue with this pertinent system. I don't think this argument is going anywhere. Not exactly apt for the mad scientist Hellman Kilma is I must call myself.
クリスティーナよ。お前は以前こう言っていたな。仮説を積み上げて理論が観測されたとき、それは本物になる。そうやって現代物理学は宇宙のすべての真実を理解すると矛盾しているぞ。
いいえ、してない。この電話レンジの原理にはまだ仮説すら構築されてない。今の私たちは手探り状態と言える。こんな状態で過去を変えてみようなんてリスクが大きすぎる。せめてもうちょっと調べてからにすべき。
Oh, so she's unconditionally opposed. Or, no, wow. God. She's not unconditionally opposed.
実は試してみたくてうずうずしているのではないか？
そんなこと。
そもそも常習よ。お前は電話レンジカッコ仮はタイムマシンではないと思いたがっていたのではなかったかな？タイムマシンでないなら過去を変えることなどできない。それが証明できるかもしれないのになぜ否定する？
うるさいな。
それにタイムパラドックスのことを言うならばセルンはどうだ？奴らはすでに100人以上の人間を過去に送り込んでいる。
CERN? Did you say CERN?
タイムパラドックスの一つや二つ起きていても不思議ではない。
I can't help but notice the absolute flood of emails I'm getting, but I'm not reading them. Okay, well, I am. I'm reading them. Damamoka hitting me with a million messages as if it were a casual conversation is frustrating. If you got something to say, say it with your mouth.
あんな非人道的な実験をしてる連中と同じレベルまで落ちるつもり？
人体実験などしないしできないのだから安心しろ。
ねえねえ、オカリンオカリン、マユシーはよくわかんないんだけど、過去を変えるって何をどう変えるの？
Finally, some construct. Wow. Gotta stop eating. Finally, some constructive conversation.
では答えよう。俺がこの作戦において何をしたいかというと、宝くじを当てるのだ。
I'm gonna win the lottery. Oh no. Why are you all looking at me like that?
僕は賛成だお。金があれば PC パーツ買えるし、メイクインにも行きまくれるじゃん。むしろ試さない方がおかしいっしょ。
That's my super hack.
現金だなオカリン。マユシーは悲しいです。もっとね、世界が平和になる方法とかを考えるべきじゃないかな。例えばね、世界中のすべての人がウーパクッションを持っているようにするとか。
世界が平和にだと？なんだその偽善は。俺を誰だと思っている？狂気のマッドサイエンティストフラワ
岡部、志が低すぎ。
Surrounded by idealists.
そもそも趣旨を履き違えるな。世界平和だとか志など知ったことではない。これは過去を変えられるかどうかを確かめる実験なのだ。 最も分かりやすいのは宝くじを当てられるか当てられないかだろう。
でも最大の目的はお金でしょ。
金を手に入れればこんなオンボロビルからもおさらばだ。大ビルか UPX に事務所を構えてやる。
ほらやっぱり
綺麗事ではないのだよ。事務所を移れば開花のムキムキ店長の影に怯えず実験もやり放題。金があれば未来ガジェットに使える研究費も確保できる。それに例えば100万円あれば真由里の大好きなバナナはトラックの荷台が山盛りになるほど買えるのだぞ。
トラックの荷台山盛り。
まゆりさん、このゴーツ配りに惑わされないで。
黙れセレブセブンティーン。
セレンディピティ？
セレブセブンティーン。
何よそれ。
親の金でホテル住まいをしている分際で人のことをゴーツ配りなどと言うな。
そもそも私は今18歳よ。
I magnificently ignore her retort. It doesn't matter if she's 18, Celeb 17 sounds better. I remember that in the, I remember the dub literally never even referenced this line at all. He just calls her money bags. I always remember thinking, why did he call her Celeb 17 to begin with? I was thinking it was because her paper and thesis and stuff was published when she was 17, so I figured that was maybe where it came from, but no. I think it's the same. It's the same exact thing. I just couldn't remember the origin. It really is just Okabe just simply like it just sounds better.
萌香さん、あなたはどう思いますか？
Whoever my assistant was trying, it didn't work. I have no idea what Moyoke is thinking, but I'll treat her lack of opposition as approval.
不満があるなら代案を出すがいい。過去が変わったと分かりやすく認識できる些細な事象だ。何かあるか？
私が今泊まってるホテルを変えてみる。
俺たちには全く無関係な話だな。セレブセブンティーンは品川だろうがウグイス谷だろうがどこへでも好きに移ればいい。
そんな言い方しなくてもいいでしょ。
っていうか、なぜにウグイス谷？
あそこにはラブホ街が。
そういうくだらないこと言ってるとロボトミー手術してあんたの前頭葉を書き出すわよ。
Lobotomy. That's mad scientist territory. Oh god, Okabe's losing it. Oh, that's funny. Oh no.
じゃあいつも買ってるジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンを若鶏一口唐揚げに変えてみるとかかな。
真由里は一生唐揚げを貪っていろ。
Silence descends upon us. Might increase is still thinking, but I doubt they'll come up with anything good. As for Mocha, she's as hard to read as ever. I wonder if she's thinking of anything at all. She's just staring at her phone, completely motionless and expressionless.
結局タイムマシンを前にしても思いつくことはそれほどないということだ。お前たちの想像力も実に大したことがないな。代案がなければ俺の案を採用する。
That was too big of too much food. Oh my god. Kurisu frowns, but she doesn't raise any more complaints. As I thought, she too wants to know if we can change the past. She's a scientist through and through, perhaps a mad scientist. Variety attack. I hold my phone up to my ear.
俺だ。これよりオペレーションウルドを第2段階に移行する。ああ、問題ない。責任はすべてこの不法隠居魔が取る。迷惑はかけんさ。そうだ。これが俺の選択であり、同時にシュタインズゲートの選択でもある。聖戦は間近だ。Ed. Besides, I can go. では、作戦開始！開始って言われても、具体的に何をすればええの？
俺に指示されなければ何もできないのか？
まずは宝くじを買ってこなくちゃ。
いいえ、過去の当選番号を手に入れればいいのよ。
その通りだ、セレブセブンティーン。よくわかっているではないか。
Yeah, Gray was right. She is kind of. She's curious about this too. And considering she's literally helped out here, makes that evidently clear.
セレブセブンティーン言うな。
つうかさ、宝くじにもいろいろ種類があるっしょ。ここはやっぱ夢のサマージャンボ行くしかなくね？
あ、それね、この間テレビの CM で見たよ。
当選発表はされたのか？
来週か再来週だったはず。
それでは意味がないではないか。 D メールは過去にしか送れないのだぞ。
ああ、そうだよな。じゃあサマージャンボの抽選日まで待つとか。
本末転倒だ。サマージャンボにこだわるな。一番近い時期に当選発表が行われた宝くじを探すのだ。
ふむ、ちょっとググってみるを。
Torres starts searching on his computer. Meanwhile, Kurisu is thinking hard.
例えば未来から当選番号が送られてきたとして私は信じるかしら。
あのね、マユシーはそもそも宝くじの買い方知らないな。
そうよね。10代の女の子は宝くじは買わないと思う。
萌香は買ったことは？
She doesn't reply. I can only assume the answer is no.
オカリンは買ったことあるの？
ロト6を1回だけやったことがある。
The Lotto 6 ended in a catastrophe. Oh my god. Catastrophic failure. Can't even talk.
ああ、ロト6ならちょうどいいかも。あれって確か当選番号を毎週発表してるし。
A quick search reveals that Lotto 6 announces winning numbers every Thursday. They've also posted last week's 1st through 7th place numbers on their homepage.
この当たり番号を D メールで送るの？
そういうことだ。もちろんこれがロト6の当選番号だと補足してだが、
先週の一等だと2億とか。
いや待て、一等はまずい。
なんで
2億はさすがにビビっちゃうわよね。
いや、そうではなく、一等は目立ちすぎる。
は？
わからないのか？俺は期間に追われている身だぞ。もしロト6で一等を出してマスコミから取材を受けることになってみろ。立ちどころに 存在が知られてしまうことになる。
ならんわ。
じゃあマユシーが当選したことにすればいいんじゃないかな。
ダメだ。オペレーションウルト第2段階はそこのセレセブが言ったようにリスクがあるのも事実。
Oh no. God, Celeb 7. Celeb 7. Oh god.
セレセブって略すなよ。
責任は取るという意味で俺が当選者とならなければ。
まさかあんた金を自分のものにしたいだけじゃなかろうな。
I adore Celeb 7's remark. The prospect of pocketing 200 million yen is certainly appetizing, but that would be too big of a change to the past. That kind of money would change far too much. Celeb 7's right about the butterfly flap. That's not something I can just ignore. We need to make sure each flap of those wings is gentle. I'm not scared or anything, really.
というわけでここは目立ちすぎずに2等を狙ってみようと思うのだが、ダリオ、2等の賞金は？
前回の配当金だと
3等を狙ってみようと思うのだが。
それだと70万まで減るけど。
それでいい。その辺が妥当だろう。
岡部って結構チキンね。
Given how she was so like against it, it's funny kind of see her be like, "Yeah, you're such a chicken." He could have went higher. That's funny.
さっきまでタイムパラドックスのリスクを心配していたとは思えない言い草だな、セレセブ業。
お願いだからその呼び方やめて。せめて助手にして。それに私はあんたの考え方に納得はしてない。
リスクを考えて多すぎず少なすぎずの絶妙な金額を設定しようとしているのに、お前の方がよほどゴーツくばりだぞ。
どうだか。
I side left Celeb 7 have the last word.
70万円だとバナナはトラックの荷台山盛りになるかな。
Nobody said anything about using the entire dividend on bananas, but it looks like Myri intends to do so. Let's ignore the glut for now.
3等なら数字を5個的中させる必要があるを。
Last week's 6 winning numbers were 0, 2, 12, 19, 34, 35, and 40. The bonus number was 08. First prize is for matching all 6 numbers. Second prize is for matching 5 numbers plus the bonus number. Third place is for matching only 5 numbers.
萌えかよ。新たにラボメンとなったお前に最初の任務を与える。
She clearly didn't expect her name to be called.
D メールとして送る文面を考えてもらおう。何も知らない1週間前の俺にロト6を買おうと思わせるような文章を考えてくれ。
私が
メールマなのだからそういうのは得意だろう。
The male demon. The male demon. Oh god. Hello, Ultimate Dragon. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, where's my... Moeka doesn't seem that interested, but she nods. Reset the phone wave, name subject to change to forward to my phone.
先週の木曜日っていうことは
Thursday last week,
5日前か。
5 days.
D メールはそこに送るの？
抽選日が5日前だからそれより前に買っとかないとダメじゃね？
だったら1週間前ね。7日は168時間だからちょっと調整して170シャープでセットしましょう。
170シャープと。
Moeka finishes writing the message in a flash. The text has already been inputted to my phone. 02195. Buy Lotto 6, sure to win. Try to remember in the original. Was Moeka the one to send the email for the message for the Lotto 6 numbers? It has to have been. Curious. So far, in terms of like, it's just more of like scenes kind of cut or dialogue being like reworded. The actual series of events, I don't think have really changed in terms of like the original and then this. So I don't think so. I don't know why I'm thinking this is slightly different. I'm probably wrong, so I'm gonna probably eat my words on that. But alright, let's continue. We replaced the number 40 with 37. This way we won't get first or second prize.
まあこんなものだろうな。
We can only send 36 bytes, so there's only so much we can say.
なんだかとってもうさんくさいね。へへへ。
作り直す。
これでいい。他にやりようがないだろう。確かにうさんくさいがな。
大丈夫だよ。むしろね、オカリンはうさんくさいものが大好きだからぴったりだと思うな。
That's not entirely incorrect, but it feels like she's making fun. In any case, our preparations are complete. It's hard to believe that this is all it takes to send emails to the past.
さて、シュタインズゲートを開くときだ。
前から気になってたんだけど、そのシュタインズゲートって何なの？
オカリンの口癖なんだよね。
シュタインズゲートはシュタインズゲートだ。それ以上でも以下でもない。
説明になってない。
いちいち水を差すな。今考えるべきはそこではないだろう。
I place my finger on the send button. My hands are shaking. I fight to keep them steady. Even so, my fingers won't stop trembling.
じゃあレンジ起動させるお。
Electromagnetic waves begin to roar into the air around us. Change the past. Seems like a simple thing to do. Just like Krisu said, there's no telling what might happen. It's too late to stop here, though. I want to see what lies beyond. Curiosity pushes me forward. There's no way that this will destroy the world. There's no way.
エル、フサイ、カンガルー。
I press the button. Yep, it did. It definitely did something there. Changed. The numbers changed. I feel an uneasy vertigo, like I lost my footing. My vision blurs as if I'm submerged in water. Everything around me is sapped to a monochrome. Is the ground shaking? I feel versely ill, like my senses are wrong.
オカリン、どうかした？
What was that just?
大丈夫？
After blinking several times, I notice I'm standing stock still, gripping my phone. My phone should be displaying mail sent, but it's not. Instead, it's showing the normal standby display. Something isn't right here. Something's different. But what's causing my discomfort? I look around. I'm inside the lab. The phone wave name subject change isn't on. I scan the room. Other things feel wrong. Only moments ago, Dara was sitting in front of the X68000 operating a phone wave name subject change. But now, he's at our regular PC. Did he teleport? I don't remember seeing him stand up and go over there. Risu sits cross-legged on the couch reading a heavy academic book. She's not where she was just, wow. She's not where she was just the, wow, oh my god. I can't talk. She's not where she just was either. Moeka's standing at the far end of the lab. She hasn't changed at least. Mairi's by my side looking at me with curious eyes. I can't shake the unease. Something's
マイリー、
wrong.
俺は何分ぐらいここに立っていた？
どういうこと？
いいから
30秒ぐらいじゃないかな。
30秒。本当か？
うん、なんだか急にすごくハーハー言い始めたから心配になっちゃった。
マユシ、今の言葉もう一度よろう。
God damn it.
急にすごくハーハー言い始めて、
はあはあってとこだけリピート。
はあは
もっと色っぽく。
God damn it.
やめなさい変態。
How can these guys be so calm? I just sent an email that may have changed the past. Why aren't they interested in the result?
そうだ。メールは
I look at my phone. There are 3 messages for myself there. The bilateral 6, sure to win.
メールは1週間前に届いている。
何のこと？
金はロト6は当たったのか？
I searched my memories, but turn up nothing. No memories of buying a ticket, no memories of winning 3rd place, nothing.
そこのセレセブよ。俺は3等を当てたか？
だからセレセブって言うな。で3等って何のことよ。
何？
Again, this feeling of discomfort.
今何と言った？
何よ。
今何と言ったんだ？
文句あるの？私が何を言おうとかって。
そうではなく、3等って何のことと言っただろう。ロト6の3等だ。
は？
Doesn't seem like she's messing with me.
ダル？俺はたった今ロト6の当たり番号を電話レンジカッコ仮で送った。そうだな。
おお、その発想はなかったわ。もしかして D メールでその方法を使えば僕ら億万長者じゃね？
What's funny? This is random. It's funny because there's a lot of points in the reboot where they literally, if there's any lines of dialogue where it talks about their expressions and how it lights up, they like weirdly remove it, but not this one. They've done it a couple of times where in the original they always will have a little more descriptions on their expressions and how it changes or shifts, which the original sprites do that too, but they always kind of add on to it. But half the time in reboot, it doesn't seem like they try to include some of these lines. I don't know. That is interesting that I just picked up on that. Anyways, we're gonna continue. I'm just gonna keep going.
PC パーツ買えるしメイクインにも行きまくれる。ひょー、みんな来てきた。
This is wrong.
マユリ、バナナでトラックの荷台を満杯にするって喜んでた。
トラックの荷台？誰が満杯にするの？
This is wrong. I look at Mocha, she's standing at the floor like usual, but I don't miss the confused glance she throws my way.
待て待て、たった今オペレーションウルドの第2段階を実行に移しただろ
う。第2段階って過去を変えられるかどうか確かめる実験のことでしょ。
そうだ、そのことだ。
だから今みんなで考えてるんじゃん。
何？
どんな内容を送れば過去が変わったかわかるだろうねって。
でもオカリンが言ったロト6のアイデアは
でもそんなの現金だってマユシーは思うな。
でもオカリンが言ったロト6のアイデアはグッジョブと言わざるを得ない。
Yeah, I cut poor Daru off. Myri thinks it's bad just going after.
あ、現金は現金でもね、ユキチさんいっぱいっていう意味じゃなくて。
Thank you, Myri, for the clarification.
そこは説明しなくてもわかると思う。
本当？よかった。でね、現金だからもっと世界が平和になりますようにみたいなのにしようよ。
Gosh darn it, Myri, that's adorable. I can't handle it.
例えばね、世界中のすべての人がウーパクッションを持っているようにすると とっても幸せだと思うよ。
Oh my god, I can't.
それで幸せになるのはちびっことまゆしだけだろ、ジョコ。
What are these guys saying? They're acting like I never sent the D-mail with the winning numbers. Suddenly, a knock comes on the door. Mayuri goes to answer.
ルカくんだ。いらっしゃい。
I hear a familiar voice from the entry.
あの
Mayuri comes back with Lukako in tow. I wonder if they plan to hang out.
すみません。急にお邪魔してしまって。
Lukako bows his head towards me. But I'm not in any condition to greet Lukako. I can't stop sweating, and it's not because of the heat. I don't know what's going on anymore. Questions keep spinning around in my head.
ルカくん、マユシーのコス来てくれる気になったの？だったら嬉しいな。あ、いえ、そうじゃなくて。
Lukako glances over at me anxiously. There's guilt written on his face, but he seems to be struggling to actually speak.
なんだ？
実は岡部さんじゃなくて、京馬さんに謝らないといけないことが。
Apologize? What could I have to apologize for? Timidly, Lukako holds out her hand, and there, between his fingers,
お、
it's a Lao 6 ticket, and numbers are the same as the ones in my D-mail.
ルカ子、お前これをどこで？
僕、京馬さんに数字を教えてもらって。
教えた？
京馬さんから当たるかもしれないからこの数字で買ってみろって言われて。
本当か？それはいつ
？1週間前です。
Damn, you asked me what were you thinking this was supposed to happen. However, the past certainly has changed. Or has it? It seems like it has, but at the same time, the present seems to have changed too.
え、じゃあもしかしてルカシロト6当てたん？
じゃあオカリンは超能力者だね。
岡部、あんたまさか電話レンジで当たり番号を送ったの？
なぜ問いかけなのだ？お前も見ていたはずだ。
見ていた？何を？
Disconnect our stories don't
送っ
match.
た。3等の当選番号を。ついさっきだ。お前たちも一緒にいた。全員で話し合ってその方法を選んだ。そして過去は変わった。変わったんだ。
I glance at the phone wave and expect it to change. There's no denying it now. That grotesque appliance, the bastard child of a microwave and cell phone actually changed the past. We have the power of a god. Though I still don't know why everyone else forgot.
ちょ、そんなことよりルカシいくら当たったん
70万だな。3等だ。
I answer with conviction, but
いえ、本当にごめんなさい、京馬さん。せっかくこんなすごいことを教えてもらったのに、僕数字を1個間違えて記入しちゃって。
he what? I stare at the numbers on the ticket and look at those trembling hands.
18が19だったら、京馬さんのおっしゃる通り3等だったんです。
うお、惜しい、惜しすぐる。
I double checked the mail I received, and I definitely said 19. I'm pretty sure I sent it correctly too, so let me check my mail. Check my mail sent really.
なぜだ
It's-
ないぞ
There's nothing there. The email I sent has vanished from my sent mail, just like everyone's memories. The email should be there, but it's not. Almost as if it never existed in the first place. Ooh. Ooh boy. Calm down. I just need to take a walk and clear my head a little. I head up.
そこの岡部倫太郎さん、洗脳されたような顔してるよ。大丈夫？
Reynolds.
洗脳俺が
君に話しかけてるんだよ。
そうだな
それはどっちに対するそうだの？洗脳されたこと？君に話しかけてること？
洗脳されたことだ
されたの？
Suzuha's expression suddenly grows tense. She steps up towards me, suddenly seizing my face and widening my eyes with her index fingers and thumbs.
何をする
動かないで。
Suzuha pierced into my eyes with a serious expression.
大丈夫。洗脳されてない。
なんだと
洗脳されてる時ってさ、下まぶたの中によくチップが仕込まれてることがあるんだよね。
They usually put a chip on the inside of your lower eyelid. How does she know that? Interesting. Yes. A chip. Immediately after saying that, Suzuha gasps and covers her mouth.
今のは機密扱いでお願い。
Don't tell me, is she...
そうかお前も機関に捕らえられていた経験があるのだな
God damn.
機関？セルンのことだっけ？
いや皆まで言うなお前の苦しみ俺にはよく理解できる
え、そう？バイトのお兄ちゃん、洗脳って何？
Her songs still contain words of prophecy before they reach it. Ferris must decipher the prophecies to find the location of the Holy Land. Oh my god. Holy Land. I feel like Holy Land would evoke a good response. I feel like something wild is... Okay's gonna say something wild to that, I bet. Sanctuary has been lost for 300 years. It's pointless to seek for it down. Okay.
それにはこの法院教魔が答えてやろう
いいです。苗は岡部倫太郎が怖いみたいだね。
シスター・ブラウンよ俺にイフの感情を抱くのはいいが同時に世界を股にかけるマッドサイエンティストへの敬意も払うべきだぞ
世界を股にかけてるの？
いかにも俺の天才的な灰色の脳細胞は世界各国の首脳が欲しがるほどのものなのだ
へえ。洗脳ってのは今みたいなことを言うんだよ、苗。
何を言うそこのバイト戦士俺は真実しか話していないのだからこれは洗脳などではない
My brain has not been washed this day. It's a good line.
オカリンおじさんは嘘ついたの？
誰がおじさんか
子供相手に怒鳴っちゃダメだよ。怯えてるじゃん。
What Mr. makes me sound old. I'm a college student in the prime of my life. Surely she means to humiliate me. No, there's no point in getting angry at a child. You need to show composure as an adult.
あんたって岡部よりよっぽど変態ね。もうさん付けで呼んでやらないからな。
僕は変態じゃないよ変態紳士だよ
はあ？ねえねえ、それよりオカリン大丈夫かな？
I hear voices from the second floor window. And since we can hear them clearly from here, Suzuha starts chuckling.
もしかしてずっと聞いていたか？
なあ、ごめん。盗み聞きするつもりはなかったけど、どうしても聞こえちゃうからさ。
タイムマシンのことも？
ああ、うん。聞いちゃった。やるね、この。
Way to go. What is the way to go supposed to go?
口外したりしていないだろうな。もし誰かに喋ったりしてみろ。俺はお前の口を封じなければならなく。
うん、喋ってないよ。私って結構口は硬いからさ。
だったらいい。それで一つ聞くが。
I quickly asked Suzuha if she noticed the discharge phenomenon.
放電？ビルがぐらぐら揺れるやつ？さっき一回やったよね。店長いないから助かったね。揺れて怖かった。
I ignored the little girl's honest impression.
さっきとはいつのことだ
1時間ぐらい前？
ほんの15分前ぐらいにも揺らしたはずなんだが。
おお？そうなの？それは気づかなかったな。ないは気づいた？なんかあったの？
お前は。
それってどういう意味かな？
So I explained to her what happened just then.
信じらんない。そんなの聞いたことないよ。ねえ、本当のこと言ってる？
当たり前だ。俺たちは紛れもなくタイムマシンを開発した。そして過去を変えることができたのだ。我らの偉業を否定することは誰にもできない。そう誰にもだ。
ああ、もうそういうことじゃなくて、君の言うことが本当なのかどうかわかんないけどさ、こういう時はジョン・タイターに聞いてみればいいよ。
ジョン・タイター。
ほら、今さ話題になってるらしいじゃん。過去へ遡ってきたタイムトラベラー。なんか知ってっかもよ。同じタイムトラベラー同士ってことで。
なるほど。確かにお前の言う通りかもしれん。いや、それで間違いない。
The undoing of past events could possibly be explained through the many worlds interpretations that Tyler talked about. Come to think of it, it was Tyler's advice that led me to the IBM 5100. He should be able to give me a hint this time too. I quickly take out my phone.
ジョン・タイターはこの俺を導くために未来からやってきたのかもしれん。ああ、そうだ。奴がこの2010年へとやってきたのはまさしくシュタインズゲートの選択だよ。L、臭いカンガルー。
バイトのお兄ちゃん、あのおじさんは誰と電話で話してるの？さあ、誰だろう？未来人？
God damn, I cut Suzuha off. I can't do that to her.
さあ、誰だろう？未来人と交信してたりして。
バイト戦士、俺は早速タイターに連絡を取ってみるぞ。素晴らしい助言に感謝する。
私役に立った？そんならよか。
Part-time's warrior's eyes pop open
う
mid-sentence.
わ、やっばー！店長帰還！店長帰還！
A mini truck comes rumbling our way. Hey, that's interesting because in the original visual novel, it's a little moped. They changed it to a truck to match the anime. This game references the anime far too much. It's very interesting. Crackling my water in anger. I don't know. It's just funny. The references to the anime or the little things they'll do to make nods to it. Because Suzuha's introduction is literally the what's up is exactly like how it was in the anime. And the locations, the laundromat sequences from the anime itself. This truck is now a reference to it. It is kind of shocking how much this lifts from the anime, which is funny because the anime came after the visual novel, and the visual novel, you know, where it all started. So it's kind of, we're kind of like going full circle, and like, why do I know this detail?
なえ、もし店長に聞かれたらさ、私はちゃんと店番してたって言ってよ。うん。だから今度自転車に乗せてね。乗せる乗せる。じゃあ頑張って岡部倫太郎。私応援してっからさ。
Sousa have passed my shoulder twice for luck, then speeds into the workshop. Nai and I, that's a rhyme, are left in front of the store. Truck stops right before us. I suspect the manager swings open the driver's side door and steps out.
レイ、
お父さん、おかえりなさい。
大丈夫か？このうさんくせえ野郎に何かされたか？岡部、おめえよくも俺の大事な娘をたぶらかしてくれたな。殺すぞ。
待ってくれ、俺は何もしていない。
だったらなんでないと二人きりで話してたんだ？あ？
二人きりじゃない。今の今まで鈴葉もここにいました。
Oh no, he freaking ratted on Sousa. Please forgive me, Sousa. My life is too precious. Honestly, I don't blame him for saying that.
ない？そうなのか？
バイトのお姉ちゃんに自転車に乗せてもらう約束したの。だからサボってなかったって言わなきゃ。
サボる方法だけはうめえんだよな、あのバイト。
It's true, I've never seen her actually do work.
おい、こらバイト！サボってたことは分かってんだぞ、こら！
The manager positively growls as he enters the workshop.
あと、なんで42型がつけっぱなしになってんだ？消しとけって言っただろうが。
That's interesting. Another interesting line to think about.
ごめんなさい。
He can tighter as quick as possible. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. That was a whole bottle of water I drank, so yeah, bladder needs to be emptied. Oh, I gotta sit up too. It's been like 2 hours, maybe. I'll be back. Bathroom. Oh. definitely getting to the end of the chapter. I need to get in touch with Tiger as quickly as possible. He might be able to give me the answers I seek. Hell, maybe I finally get an explanation for the strange happening a few days ago, when everyone in Akihabara suddenly vanished from the streets and nobody noticed but me. I burst into the lab. Everybody looks at me with concerned expressions. What's that supposed to mean? The sanctuary must be there. If it isn't, then what will happen to Ferris's brother? You don't have a brother. You don't have a brother. Yeah, all the messages Kurusu was experimenting on still exist. Actually, we could go to the observer thing, and then we can look at all the exact roll lines in like clear-cut order. So that was 057, 1024, 057, 1015. So a slight decrease in the in the numbers there. Interesting. I know the original game always shows like the roll line when it transitions into the next one, but having like this like guide here is nice to see it all in like numerical order, or at least in the order it happened in the game. That's cool. That's cool to see that because I like that. Person. I explained that we can't experiment anymore now that Mr. Braun is back. Then I dismiss everyone for today. Come to think of it, Lukaku knows about the time machine now. Next time I see him, I'll make him a lab mem to secure his silence. Two and a half hours later, Kurisu and I are the only ones left at the lab.
そこの助手、お前は帰らないのか？
目障りなら帰るけど。
目障りというわけではないが、何か用事でもあるのか？
いいえ。でもちょっと考えたいことがあって。
ホテルに戻って考えればいい。
何？追い出したいの？
そうか。どうせ友達もいないし、ホテルに帰っても一人ぼっちで寂しいのだな。この封印教魔に構ってほしいなら素直にそう言え。このお子様セレセルめ。
寂しいのはあんたの方でしょ。さっきからあんまり元気ないし。
I feel like that line should have been a lot. I mean, considering the word yours like highlighted, I feel like that should have been a little bit more. That's kind of the weird thing with her in this game is the line deliveries always feel a little bit off, and I don't know why. It's bugging. Alright, I've been pretty good on not like looking at chapters, comparing them. So I want to actually. Actually look at this a little more clearly. I want to hear the line read of that, because that really should feel a lot better in the delivery. It's kind of bugging me. Oh, we actually missed the more of the. Okay, well this I guess was never important. I want to hear this line read. This is gonna bug me. Just so you know where exactly this is, because I feel like that should have been way.
目障りというわけではないが、何か用事でもあるのか？
追い出したいの？
そうか。
Okay, where are we?
どうせ友達もいないし、ホテルに帰っても一人ぼっちで寂しいから、この法院教魔に構ってほしいというわけだな。このお子様セレセブめ。
寂しいのはあんたの方だろ。さっきからあんまり元気ないし。なんなら相談に乗るぞ。私はある意味で部外者だから話しやすいんじゃない？年下の女に相談する男の人って、ぐにょぐにょだけど、それでもいいんなら聞いてやってもいい。
That's what I mean. Like that, there's such a fucking personality. There's so much like I don't know sass and wit to it. Was this line cut? go back a little bit. I want to really make sure Kurisu and I are the only ones left at the lab.
目障りなら帰るけど。
I'll hold my any. Maybe I went too far ahead and it's still there in the reboot, but.
目障りというわけではないが、何か用事でもあるのか？
いいえ。でもちょっと考えたいことがあって。
This is all the same from reboot, like this is kept in.
ホテルに戻って考えればいい。
何？追い出したいの？
そうか。どうせ友達もいないし。
I think they removed that. Or I think they... Let's look at this. Let's look at this more closely. Gay must be lonely in the hotel room. Okay, Okabe says friendless. Here he says lonely. It's a line change.
ホテルに帰っても一人ぼっちで寂しいから、この法院
Yeah, the Great Hole in Kyoma will accompany you. Celeb
京馬に構ってほしいというわけだな。このお子様セレセブめ。
Yeah, just a lot of it is just slight rewordings. Again, I always think the original just hits this way stronger.
寂しいのはあんたの方だろ。さっきからあんまり元気ないし。
Yeah, like she points out, like that's why did they remove that? I don't know. I love this line is just so much better. Like she actually calls it out that like he's the one that's been acting strange, and it clearly is a little bit concerned, which is why she is the only one that's stuck around for part of that reason. And also the other reason too is that she didn't want to be just by herself alone, because she'd rather be with someone. So this line I thought is better than this. And the line read here is not nearly as good, but she does do a little bit of quirkiness here afterwards. So I want to see if they still keep that in too. It's gonna bug me if it's not, but I want to give it a chance, because this is essentially the same. Well, it's just reworded, but I don't think it hits nearly as good as the original. But I want to see what she says after this, because she should be like sassy after this.
なんなら相談に乗るわよ。私はある意味で部外者だから話しやすいんじゃない？
俺はメールをする用事があるのだ。どうしてもここにいたいのならば邪魔をせず静かにしているのだな。ザ・ゾンビ。
その呼び方が一番カチンとくるわね。
Yeah, that's the same. Despite her complaint, Kurisu makes no move to leave. Okay. Man, they removed that little line of her. Why? Like, what was wrong with that line? There was nothing wrong with this fucking line at all. I think just the word. I think it's just that's one of the big things with Reboot 2 is just. I think the original's phrasing of stuff is a little better. I like that she's actually pointing this out. That's a nice little moment. That's such a huge. It goes a long ways. That didn't really hit nearly as strong. And again, when you reword it in that sort of way, it doesn't really hit as much.
なんなら相談に乗るぞ。私はある意味で部外者だから話しやすいんじゃない？
Don't you need some advice? I think that's the same. Yeah, it's essentially the same. Just again, reworded slightly different. You should be saying I have mail to read. Let me bring this up again.
年下の女に相談する男の人って。
Yeah, they get this line out, which I didn't even think there was anything wrong with that. It just adds a little bit of personality to her. Or it's supposed to. I don't know if this is. Is it like a fucking misogyny bullshit? I don't fucking know. I don't think there was anything wrong with this line.
ぐにょぐにょだけど、それでもいいんなら聞いてやってもいい。
I don't know. I didn't think there was anything wrong with this line. The idea that a man needs advice from a woman is bad. Like it's just funny. It's just playful teasing and bantering that adds to their dynamic. And there's nothing mean about it. And she's clearly winking and being a bit of a tease with it. There's nothing mean-spirited about any of this. I hate that they removed that fucking line. It really is just... Reboot is just really just a lesser version of the game itself. And it bugs me. There's nothing wrong with some of these lines. There's bigger plot elements or things that, like, don't really go anywhere that probably could be trimmed. But not, like, dialogue like this. It just kind of strips some of the character away from her. Because this is cute. This is a cute line. Why she have to be such a smartass? This is why their dynamic is so good. I almost feel like just playing the original half the damn time, because it's just... I'm just getting a lesser quality version of it. I don't know. It's just... There's so many moments like this. I'm sure this probably happened a couple of times throughout the chapter that I didn't pick up on, because a lot of this is just exposition. And I think the reboot does a good job with it. But the Kurisu and Okabe interactions aren't as compelling, because you're removing lines like this for no real reason. She even has a Makuga interface, so yeah, it's a fun, playful scene. It adds to their dynamic. Yeah, then he goes to, I need to send some mail. So if we go up a little more, multiple lines were cut and he goes to this. It just, you lose some of the banter, and that's bullshit. I hate that. There's nothing... I don't know if it's just the modern day mentality of just, oh god, we can't have Kurisu make a joke about a woman having more smarts than a man for a particular brief moment. But the idea, not even just that, it's just that line that you get the idea that she's purposely saying that because she is at least observant enough to notice that something's off with him. He's not acting like himself, and she just... That line added a lot to why she's even staying here. And removing that, it takes away from that. And you just get more of just... I hate that it strips the fucking dialogue here for no reason. That's so stupid, man. And that's just what I caught right then and there. I'm sure there's probably more I'm not even beginning to imagine, like, what occurred. So, things like that really bug me. Because again, their dynamic and their interactions are like one of the most biggest important things in the game, and like how they approach it. So when you remove those, you just lessen their dynamic and the experience with them. I don't know what more to really say. That really just didn't need to happen. I think from here it adds, it comes back to...
どうしてもここにいたいのならば邪魔をせず静かにしているのだなザ・ゾンビ
その呼び方が一番カチンとくるわね
Yeah, I think it goes back to being kind of back on track with the dialogue being back to normal. Like this is the same. Goes back to that. Again, there's a clear conscious decision to just strip the dialogue. For what reason? I don't know, because that's just a few seconds, but it added a lot. They literally even explain why she's even hanging around still. And it kind of makes Okabe a little bit more, I don't know, rude? I don't know, it just doesn't hit the same. Again, if you're gonna make changes, at least make changes that make sense, not remove stuff for no reason. That's just fucking stupid. So, that's just... I can't believe I even noticed that, but... Whatever, I'll just keep going. Kurisu sits down on the couch and starts reading a scientific journal. I squint and notice it's written in English. Alright, let's do what needs to be done. Yeah, this is when he's going to talk to Tighter. The code is from CERN's database. In other news, I built a time machine that sends emails to the past. When I change the past by sending messages like that, does it affect the world line? Okabe's typing too much, I can't keep track. It's too much. Okay, I can't keep up. I want to... No, not send mail. I literally want to read it. Hello? What? Why did it do that? No! No, 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 no. No, no, no. That's not how it's supposed to go. Give me that fucking inbox. Or the outbox. That's bullshit. I can't read all that as the thing is scrolling. The original... It doesn't just... fucking phone mechanic is so bad here. I just want to read the goddamn message. Okay. If I change the past by sending a message like that, does that alter the world line? I noticed recently that some events were undone. Does that mean the world line changed? You said online that the many worlds interpretation is correct. But I'd like to hear proof of that, if you're okay with it. Okay. That's all. I don't know why it had to do all that. Like, I can't read the freaking text as it's scrolling down. It's, my eyes can't do it. But he says now he waits for his reply.
随分深いため息ついてるわね。
That was a pretty heavy sigh. Maybe I should tell her. Yes. About how the D-mail changed the past. And about how she seems to have lost her memories about it. Why am I considering talking to Krisu? Oh, you know why, Okabe. It should be obvious. Because I don't think Mayuri Daru would understand this problem. Krisu, on the other hand, might be able to form a hypothesis. That's what I hope. Now we're going back to the original, and now it's like, it's starting to hit again. I'm like, yeah, this makes sense. This is like good again. Just then my phone rings. Is it Tighter? Tighter's calling me?
もしもし。
あ、オカリン。実はとんでもないミスに気づいちゃってさ。
ミス？
Is he talking about the phone wave name something changed? Is he talking about the phenomenon I experienced earlier?
実はラボに財布忘れてきたお。
This moment, I'm gonna double check this here. This moment, I remember this being way more dramatic. It was supposed to be way more dramatic here. I might be wrong. Yeah, like all this line, these lines here are the same. Oh no, they removed the asking her if she wants coffee.
もらうわ。
And she says, sure. Why remove that? Like, come on. Like, that's just basic, like, interaction and stuff. And it's cute that Okabe is being considerate and asking for her to have coffee and such. If she's sticking around. That's a cute scene. It's not often Okabe just acts normally. Like, come on. Why remove that line? For no reason. Like, why are we chopping off, like, their interactions? I know it may feel, like, innocuous, but it all adds to it. Especially with how important those two are in the game itself. This is like the two characters you don't want to skimp out on their interactions. He makes an instant coffee for Krisu. I take a fresh Dr. P out of the refrigerator for myself and sit down in front of the computer. Alright, let's do this. I only hope this doesn't get undone too. I get in touch with Tighter. After all, I'm experiencing right now could be something of the mini world line interpretations. Krisu glares at me coldly. Damn it, she's looking at me like I'm a perv again. I keep telling her that I'm not a perv, I'm open. No, it's... Why remove that line too? It's just another instance of her just being concerned for him, because she knows something's up. Why remove these lines? That's... Oh, God, man. Anyway, why am I the only one who remembers what happened? I think the line of him going to Krisu is gonna talk to her about it, or wants to do that. I think that's still kept in, because that felt like that was there in the original. That's another question I asked about Tighter. I don't know about the regional section. Should I tell him everything? Enough stalling. And then he types out the message. I sigh and chug my soda, which again, now I wait for his reply. Check the @channel thread just to make sure, but Tighter hasn't posted recently. Again, that line's cut. It just, I know maybe it feels like pointless stuff, but it adds to it. It adds to just the thing he's doing, like he's checking the channel thread just to make sure Tighter's not there. It makes sense. I don't know. I just don't like, just the things that are being cut don't make any damn sense. There was one moment in chapter, I think 2, with the Ferris Rhynet battle, and like that little like section, they basically cut out like the Daru fight and everything, and like some of that I can at least understand. because they kind of just got more right to the point. That I can at least appreciate more of that, but here, especially all the little Kurisu stuff bugs me. Yep, she points out that was a pretty heavy sigh, but okay was sighing because he's looking at the ad channel and he's not like finding anything there too. So there's a lot kind of more going on. I don't know. Kurisu says this without lifting her eyes from her book. Again, another.
No.
I want to look at this again. I want to look at that line again, because that was a pretty heavy sigh about how the email changed the past. Again, when Kurisu says that, we get a description of that she's not even looking at her book. Or she's looking at her book as she says that. Why remove that line? It's just a nice little visual because it's a, or it's a nice description. So it adds to that a little more. So again, another random line that didn't need to be cut. I can't imagine how much more was actually cut that I'm not even picking up on. But again, all these kind of amount to something or matter, or it's just a nice little, like, just visual and, like, the description of it. So, I don't know, it just bugs me. So which fucking one is the damn microphone at? That's annoying. That is even more fucking perplexing then. That is fucking embarrassing. Jesus Christ. Why? That's embarrassing. I don't know. Let's see if this continues. Maybe I should tell her about how the DMS changed the past. Yeah, there you go. Now we go back to that where it's supposed to. That's what I was thinking, like, yeah, this is a nice moment, because this is ripped from the original, which is good. It's just, we cut, like, 2 different freaking lines of dialogue, or multiple lines of dialogue before this point. But yeah, like, it's a nice scene. It's just, I just so dislike the fact that they keep trimming shit out. Those 2 in particular, like, the one instances, I really don't find it a genuine excuse to even cut and trim their dialogue. They're such a fucking integral part of the game. They're the 2 main characters, essentially. Like, get out of here. Why am I considering talking to Kurisu? Again, it's all there. Because I don't think my reader understands the problem. Kurisu, on the other hand, might be able to form hypothesis damage. It's all the same. That was small.
実はとんでもないミスに気づいたんだ。
ミス?
Is it related to the experience earlier? I gulp. I know it's pathetic for a mad scientist to show anxiety, but I can't help it. Again, let me fucking keep scrolling down. God fucking damn it. Yeah, the phone call ends, like, that little diatribe, the way it builds up to it, because it's designed to be a oh shit, something is gonna go on, something wild's happening, and then Okabe's kind of getting nervous and anxious, like, oh shit, like, what's gonna happen? Then you get the reveal. There's a little bit of a build up to it, and then there's the release. Here, it's just cut so... We got 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines, 4... It's done so quickly. Like, the original was designed to kind of be a bit of a bait, but it works. It works well. Because it just makes you think that, oh, it's something's gonna happen. Lick my lips dry and wait for Dara to speak. Just, like, the descriptions. Add to it. Add to the anxiety that he's kind of feeling just hearing that Dara was calling and said something's going on. Does all this, like, so much better.
実はさ、ラボに財布忘れてきたお。
And then you get the reveal. And then that's it. Again, another small scene that the original just does better. Just because it drags it out a little bit longer. It does that great, like, it makes you think that something's gonna happen, or Dara's calling for some emergency, and then it's just, oh, I forgot my wallet at the lab. It's a great little tease. And it does a good job. And the way they describe it, just... It all works. It all works really well. Again, another random small line that... Would it really have hurt to put that in there? That would have taken, like, another 5 seconds to display? It's just... You just lose all the little, like, descriptions. Especially for a scene like this, and from Okabe's perspective, we're not really seeing his his character, so we definitely need the descriptions. We're constantly lacking extra little lines of dialogue to describe stuff. Which I know this is why, like, 20% of the game's cut, and this is probably a chunk of that is from stuff like this, which... There's really no point. There's really only 2 chapters in the whole game where I really feel like it could be trimmed down. It's really chapters 7 and 8. For reasons that I really don't want to get into. For spoiler reasons, but... Those are really, like, the only 2 chapters, because even by the story's own admission, they kind of don't go anywhere, or they kind of feel like they're just... feels like you're wasting your time. And that I can understand, but... This stuff, these, like, basic interactions... so important to actually show and communicate, and even just the descriptions of emotions or anxiety, or even just that little bit of build up to this is just one scene. This is one thing I just picked up because I realized that was quick, because I remember this going on a little bit longer. So yeah, that bugs me that was, like, just cut so tremendously. God damn it. I hate that.
おかり、悪いけど僕の財布届けてくんない？お前は神田川で水浴びでもしていろ。
Yeah. Got stressed for nothing, and I'm still salty about it. That was kind of a good thing. Even actually, I can fucking do this. Hold on. Actually, I might have cut this when I was editing it together. But I think when I was editing this, I don't think I kept all that in originally. What episode this is even. Yeah, the Lotto fix. Kurisu and Okabe's interactions here. I think it's like somewhere around here where this, like, occurs. But I remember cutting it. Again, this was me just being obsessively, like, just into Okabe and Kurisu's interactions. Yeah. Another interesting thing the anime does, too, is it has a moment of... it shows more... It's another instance of just how the world line kind of shifted, because in one world line, Kurisu never gets him, like, the Dr. Pepper, and then in the second one, she does. Another nice little, like, visual clue, which the original and visual novel do a fine enough job. The anime just does it a little bit differently, but this is also fine. But this in particular... pretty good. This whole section's really good. Again, this is why, like, I hype the anime up a lot, because this scene visually looks great, matches the tone, in the visual novel and even in Reboot, which that's not Reboot's fault, just that's how the original looked, but presentation of the scene is just too light for the situation. Again, the visuals for the anime are just spectacular across the board, like for everything. I always like it. But, yeah, I don't know. I just think about this stuff a lot. Yeah, at some point, I really shouldn't even fucking compare because I don't even have it with me. But I remember the anime did the same thing, or at least it did the same dramatic type of attitude with it. Did a good job with it. That's the point. So, I don't know, let's see. Phone rings again. I hit it.
Ah, なんだ、マユリか。
元気になった？まだならウーパをむぎゅーってするといいよ。
One of those scenes that I always think about. It's funny how this becomes a thing later, or at least it's funny. This line is funny in hindsight.
しない。するつもりもない。
そっか。ね、何か悩みがあったらマユシーに相談してね。マユシーはね、難しい話はよくわかんないけど、オカリンのことはよーくわかってるもん。
お前にこの俺がわかるというのか？
わかるよ。小さい頃から一緒だもん。へへへ。
もう切るぞ。バイト頑張れよ。
ありがとう。じゃあ。
Oh God! I cut her dialogue. I cut her dialogue off.
ありがとう。じゃあね。
There we go. Okay. God, I feel so bad. She doesn't deserve to that. She deserves that.
あのバカめ。
岡部、顔がにやけてる。
何を言うか、このセレセブが。
セレセブ言うな。
I was gonna tell Kurisu the truth, but now I've changed my mind. As if the mad scientist Howen Kyomo would grin because of what the hostage had said. Hurrah. What a tsundere. That little section is from the original, I remember that. The anime captured that pretty well too. It is cute, because Kurisu immediately picks up, like, yeah, talking to Mayuri there really kind of... It brought him back out of that, like, little bit of, that funk that she kind of was picking up on, that he wasn't really feeling right. Again, the game doesn't really acknowledge this in the reboot, but in the original, she does. So it makes this comment that she does here actually hit a little more, because she's kind of like, hey, he's happy now. And she's essentially, without saying it, that she's happy that he's feeling better. That he's even grinning. And this hits so much more because you have a little bit of build-up, because she is acknowledging the fact that, you know, that she's aware that he's not really feeling right. So even though this scene is nice that's here, this you're losing the first half of that, like, progression, because we're not getting that description with her. It bugs me, man. Like, this would hit so much. This is why I just like play the original. It's literally so much better. It's not cutting out dialogue so much. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like those cuts that don't need to happen. There's... I just think it just makes it more clear that Kurisu... I do appreciate the lighting change here. This actually... Okay. That's the thing with Reboot. That frustrates me. Just because I like the fact they changed the background here a little bit. It matches a little... It's not exactly like the anime in terms of, like, the location, like, the atmosphere, but it actually is a little more like it's sunlight. It fits the mood a little bit better compared to the original where it's, like, super bright. So that's good. Again, everything with the scene locations and the areas they use, it's great. It's a great addition. But to me, I would much rather have the character interactions intact than the worry about the background. So I don't know, but I just want to point out. But we're nearing the end of the chapter here, so I want to kind of wrap this up.
恋する乙女が好きな相手からのメールを待ってるみたい。
Look like a girl in love waiting for an email from her boyfriend. Myri says, I've been working a maid queen for 3 months as of today. The other girls threw me a party. I can't believe I've been a maid for 3 months. Time sure flew by. Oh, and don't worry, Myri, she's still Oak Green's hostage full time. Once again, a line that sounds horrific, but it'll all make sense. But now, that's the other thing too with the messages. This was the same in the original too. You always get like little lines of dialogue or little pieces of information of the story through the phone, through the text messages. So now we know that Myri's worked at the maid cafe for 3 months. This is a neat bit of detail learned. Which one should I reply to? 3 months. Yeah, should be. We'll see what Okabe has to say here. A party after just 3 months? That's too soon. I don't see how it deserves congratulations. You girls are crazy. Okabe should be a little snarky after that comment that she made. We'll see if they keep that too. They should. She sure likes to attack me for every little thing.
そんなに構ってほしいのか?
ささやかな復讐よ。あんたからのひどい扱いにいつもぐっと耐えてるんだから、それぐらい許せ。
これでも俺はお前をリスペクトしているつもりだぞ。
名前すらまともに呼んだこともないくせによく言う。
それについてはすまないと思っている。
へえ、意外。あんたって謝るんだ。
謝るさ。だがどうしようもないのだ。俺の脳はお前のことを助手のクリスティーナという認識で固定してしまっていて直しようがないからな。へえ。
回答して海馬に電極ぶっ刺してやりたい。
Yep, that feels so like that's just like the original too. They got me right back in it. It's funny. It's funny because the big thing with this part in the game really early on is not knowing the things Okabe says and what stuff is he saying that's actually genuine and what's sincere. Because he says that, and then it immediately goes into the the Kiyoma persona, and that is a very interesting aspect. Like he just can't straight up just say like a complimentary thing. He has to say something else to kind of undercut it in some way. Whether it's like, oh, my brain's already been brainwashed or hardwired to acknowledge you as Christina. There's no going back. And a lot of it, the deeper you go into the game or when you see these lines, it makes a lot more sense. And then she kind of plays right back to it, saying, "I'll just break your skull." that back and forth and how she dishes it right back to him is pretty good. And that stuff is great. That completely feels like the original dialogue, essentially. It might be slightly reworded, but that gives me that like heartwarming Kurisu and like Okabe vibes that I have come to know and love. I just want to see how they compare this again with the... See after that performance again. It's the Myri conversation.
あのバカめ。
Yeah, I think this is all the same.
岡部、顔がにやけてる。
It's cute. Yep, still the same.
何を言うかこのセレセブが。
セレセブ言うな。
Yep, that's all the same. Hits the same. Maybe not 100%, but at least they didn't change and just, you know, warp the dialogue and or just straight up cut things. So, yeah. I just still think her performance here is a little better. Just the line delivery. I want to actually... I can go up here and compare that.
岡部、顔がにやけてる。
顔がにやけ
I'm sure, like, this is probably going to be sounding like the same.
岡部、顔がにやけてる。
岡部顔がにやけてる
Yeah, it was pretty close. I don't mind that. That's a good line reading. Everything with Okabe, his performance, it literally is just as good. So there's really not anything I ever really find much of a problem with. He's still hamming it up, reacts really good. He's very good. So let's see how she responds to "Don't Call Me Celeb 7." All right, let's see how she says it.
セレセブ言うな。
That's it. Now listen to how she says it originally.
顔がにやけてる
Obviously, I went too far ahead, but give it a couple seconds and we're gonna get to it.
何を言うかこのセレセブが
セレセブ言うな
Yeah, there's a little more attitude with it, even with the voice being raised a little bit.
セレセブ言うな。
Yeah, it's just too doesn't sound as... I like, again, it's always those little things that you constantly think about, or that my brain thinks about, that I knew like something was off because I guess I'm too obsessed. But, yeah, I don't know. My brain just thinks of it, and I just think about it, and I notice something a little bit off. Let's see. Just gonna tell her the truth. Mad scientist, that's all the same.
待ってるみたい恋する乙女が好きな相手からのメールを待ってるみたい
Now, for me, when I was playing, I got like an email I think like right after this, but that stuff always comes up differently depending on how you reply to messages. So that's gonna be the same. She likes to attack me for every little thing. That's kept there. Again, it's just they pick and choose which lines to keep. And like this little section is great in Reboot. Like when it actually just matches the original, they do a great job at least capturing that. That little section is great. They did a good job with that. Yep, that line's there too.
そんなに構ってほしいのか
Are you really desperate for attention? Okay, this is where I think I got the email too. Let's see.
ささやかな復讐よあんたからのひどい扱いにいつもぐっと耐えてるんだから
Yeah, same line here, just getting revenge. You're always making fun of me, so I deserve at least this much. Again, great. Happy that's there. They kept that in. Again, I just wish there was more of that. Wish there was more of that. Like, it's cute.
あそれぐらい許せ
これでも俺はお前をリスペクトしているつもりだぞ
名前すらまともに呼んだこともないくせによく言う
That's Richard in the same name. Yeah, so this little interaction, all the same. All the same. I love it. That's why I was metaphorically grinning, even though you couldn't see it, because it was like, yeah, that feels like the original, and it was.
それについては
It's a cute another banter dialogue. It's an instance of Okabe just literally just trying to be nice. And obviously Kurisu just like doesn't really get it yet, just because he doesn't really say her name right. So it's a nice little interaction. It's nice to kind of see these moments where actually Okabe just is what we definitely know now in retrospect is him being like just genuine. Don't really blame for like Kurisu to not absolutely get it. He does a good job with this. Kurisu lifts up her face and said, see, once again, like, why remove that line? After Okabe says, I'm sorry about that. And then she says, well, that's unexpected. You actually apologize. But we actually get like a line of text to, you know, convey her expression more. Now, I don't know if some of these are removed because they really believe like the 2D sprite like animations that they do sell this more. I don't really know. And maybe it's just me that actually like to read it, that sells it more. I don't know. Yeah, Kurisu lifts her face and stares at me. I'm sure probably the sprite did the same thing. Again, I don't know for sure unless I go back in the stream and actually like really compare. But I think this is why some of those lines are changed when it comes to like expressing or labeling emotions. But they didn't do that with Okabe with like the Daru phone call, because we don't see Okabe's sprite. So in that instance, we really do need the descriptions of his like anxiety of hearing the phone call. That is where it's needed. I don't know.
へえ、意外。あんたって謝るんだ。
Well, that's unexpected. You actually apologize. So I want to see how she actually says that here.
へえ、意外。あんたって謝るんだ。
Yeah, it's just quieter. I don't know. The original just it comes across as more of a actual surprise. Just the little nuances in how she delivers that line.
へえ、意外。あんたって謝るんだ。
Yeah, just that's great. Another instance of a really good line read. Really kind of sells that that's actually a bit of a surprise. The performance sells that. Here it's just a lot more quieter. It doesn't hit the same. Where Kurisu has a personality, being labeled as such a tsundere, like, yeah, you need to have moments where she has more of a voice. This is not. The reboot keeps fucking messing this up. So just the inflections of the words. You would think with so much more experience in the last 17 years since this game came out, some of this stuff would be even stronger. Because like Okabe's great, he's just as good as ever. I think it just comes down to direction, or I don't know what exactly. I don't get it. It's just a shame because I'm hearing these lines and the inflections are a little bit off. And like obviously it's never going to be exactly 100%. But in terms of conveying the line, or even just this moment here, you don't really get the sense that she's that shocked, since she says it so calmly. But adding in the well, like just that in, I don't know, it sounds.
へえ、意外。あんたって謝るんだ。
へえ、意外。あんたって謝るんだ。
Yeah, it just sounds better. I don't know, it bugs me. I don't know. But I do think all these lines here are like, they didn't strip the dialogue at least.
謝るさ。だから
I
どう
do
しようもないわ。
apologize, but I can't help it. Yeah, that's the same. I don't know. I just didn't really think there was anything wrong with the original game script with their interactions and dialogue to where they need to change it. But at least this section, given that how I felt when I was reading this, it gave me that like vibe of, oh yeah, it reminds me of the original. And then she says, fine, I'll break your skull open and shove an electrode in your hippocampus. Good line. I think she says a lot more. We'll see how she reads lines that in the original a little more.
俺の脳はお前のことを助手のクリスティーナという認識で固定してしまっていて直しようがないからな。
解凍して海馬に電極ぶっ刺してやりたい。
I'm gonna crack your skull open and stick an electrode in your hippocampus. Yeah, that line was good. I want to see how she says it here.
解凍して海馬に電極ぶっ刺してやりたい。
Yeah, it's fine. I listened to that and that's like fine. I don't really have much of a problem with it. Again, I just think when you have the original to compare it to, there's just a lot more of that's just attitude towards it.
解凍して海馬に電極ぶっ刺してやりたい。
She just sounds more angry here, which I think works. I just think it works a little better. yeah, when you're comparing it to the original, it's very hard for it's really hard for something to be better than the original with just the delivery, because it's the first time you're experiencing these lines, and there really was such a good effort on Kurisu's voice actors' part to nail those lines. So, yeah, you do get that more of a, like a, oh shit, she said that type of thing, and here it's just fine. I don't know, it's just when I hear it, I don't know. It bugs me. It bugs me in some weird way. But at least they didn't just cut the frickin' dialogue off. Or like just remove all of it. So hey, at least I'll give it that. Got the tighter meal. Greetings, Kyoma. I looked over your message. It's as you suspect. You altered the past, and the world line shifted accordingly. The only thing bothering me is the fact that you still have memories from before the divergence. Is that really true? Can you tell me exactly how you changed the past? I'd like to verify that with you. I like to verify that with you. With what you said is true. I can't talk.
メールの相手って誰？
ジョン・タイター。
嘘。
奴はよほど悪意のある人間以外に対してはオープンだ。メルアドも公開している。俺がこうしてやり取りするのは2度目だ。
道理であんたがタイターの書き込みを引用したがるわけだ。信者ってわけね。
そういうわけではない。だが奴の話にはうなずける点も多い。
そう？フィクションにしか思えないけど。
Reply from Tiger comes in. I don't know what it means. Alterations to the past via messaging services aren't phenomena I consider accounted for, even in the year 2036. We have certainly altered the past and shifted the world line, yet no human being has ever been confirmed to retain their memories across world lines, much less directly observe any shifts. Kyoma, you may possess that power after all. You may be capable of guiding this world where it needs to be, beyond 1% divergence. Though Tyre's response was long, there was a lot to that it left explained. Alright, back my questions quickly. What is divergence? How is it measured? A moment later, I receive another mail from Tyre. Divergence is the world line's deviation rate. Presently, we're at 0.57, 10-15%. I have in my possession a meteor that measures divergence, subjective and relative in its framework, but functional. I do not know the divergence number prior to the world line shift, as I retain no memory of the world line as it was previously. My claim online was the Everett Wheeler model is true was a deliberate falsehood woven into my truths. In reality, the world adheres to a structured system of attractor fields. Ooh, more lore! But it's once again filled with strange jargon. What's an attractor field? What's beyond 1% divergence? Okay, another mail. Okay. In simple terms, attractor fields are a cluster of world lines that converge upon the same inevitable outcome. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. This line's going to be important. Events historically described as fate or coincidence are accounted for with this model. Slight changes to the world line are functionally meaningless. Any minor variation will converge to the same board conclusion. As for what lies beyond this attractor field beyond 1% divergence, it's freedom. Until we cross that hurdle, the future will always result in dystopia. It is my purpose to change that converging outcome, and perhaps you may have the power to make it happen. This would explain why all those random emails that they were saying, like what Kurisu was doing and a bunch of the other random ones, like Okabe's and Airhead and Perv and such like that, wasn't doing anything to the world line because those messages weren't strong enough to change the divergence. Which is, yeah, it all... When you get that reveal and you know what that kind of means, like, oh, we're starting to have things kind of click together here, and like what it all means, which is really cool. So that makes sense now of why like not every single message is just changing world lights constantly. There's an event has to happen that's significantly big enough to change it. So that makes it really interesting because they could just keep doing random text messages over and over again and nothing's going to change. But yeah, so getting this reveal here. Is cool because this entire chapter is was setting this up, or at least is trying to figure out how the D-mail system works. So to get this kind of reveal here is pretty satisfying for a chapter that's generally pretty chill and laid back with the events. So the plot progression is fascinating and really interesting to me. Attractive fields, never heard of them. What's with this guy? He thinks I have some kind of power. But this last statement is pretty hard to swallow.
いきなり笑い出さないでよ。気色悪い。
Don't really blame her. Alright, let's get this. Oh, Mayuri says, 3 months is a big deal. I mean, they celebrated my first and second months too. Oh my gosh. Jesus. They probably just like Mayuri a lot. That's probably why.
これが笑わずにいられるか。実に傑作ではないか。この俺が持つ力だと。今さらそんなこと言われなくとも、俺はとっくに気づいていたぞ、ジョン・タイター。
You don't have to tell me what I already know, John.
この魔眼、リーディングシュタイナーの真の力にな。
The birth, the origin of reading Steiner. Hell yeah.
話の流れはさっぱり見えんが、岡部次長しろとだけ言っておく。
I want to see how they did this originally. I'm curious if Kurisu has a lot more spunk in her delivery with that line. I feel like that should probably be better, but we'll see.
ジョン、
そう。
オープンだ。どうっている。
たがるわけだ。信者ってわけね。
その話には。
Yeah, they went with the winking spray here compared to what they ever did in Reboot. Okay.
そういう。おい。
だけど。
Yep, the converted spinner, all this is the same. I just want to see how she responds to that, like, line, because I feel like there's maybe is a little bit better. Next comes apprehension. Oh, okay. This is interesting. I think this is different. Let me double check here. Let's double check this here. I'll double check this here. He thinks I have some kind of power. But this last statement is pretty hard to swallow. Let's see what he says here. First, okay, so we're cutting more stuff now. Okay, that's bullshit. Yeah, because he says that last statement is pretty hard to swallow. Then Okabe laughs. But what we're missing here is Okabe's inner thoughts, and once more about I feel a sense of pride. Next comes apprehension. Could this be a trap? Like he's starting to like we're getting a lot more of his inner thoughts, which helps. It adds to it, which I think is important to know what he's thinking here. Like I guess just genuinely instead of just laughing at it. In the first place, I can't confirm it is the real John Titor. I don't know if even the real John Titor from 2000 was really a time traveler. I think it was already established that it's not the same one, but I'm not sure if the game fully has made that official yet. But I don't really think this is a line that needs to be removed. If Tyre's war line theory still holds, then that could explain supernatural events I've experienced. But this last statement is pretty hard to swallow. Yeah, so we're cutting that entire little like monologue he kind of had in his head, those like inner thoughts, and then we're gonna probably go into the lab. As soon as I begin to doubt, all of his words start to smell like lies. Stuff about the IBM 5100 might be a lie too. That mysterious program code could just be a simple bug. Now that he claims I have special powers, he's starting to sound like some new age con artist. Yeah, we're missing out on all this little like internal dialogue here, which I think is important to know what he's thinking. Because, I mean, if you're experiencing this for the first time, I would probably start having serious doubts of what Tyler's saying, because it sounds like, you know, it justifies Okabe being more, I don't know, skeptical, at least here in his like deep inner thoughts. So to get rid of that just feels unnecessary. Again, it's just something in me was thinking something was cut, or at least the Kurisu thing. But I'm glad I went through this just because yeah, we're missing stuff here. It's been 3 months. That's the same. Now he claims I have some special powers, starting to sound like a new age con artist. And besides, I don't need Tighter to tell me that. And then we get the laugh. So yeah, we just cut out like a whole bunch of his inner monologue, which it's so important to get that, because I think just painting the picture of what he's feeling or the doubts is important. It's the main character. You want to have as much context as possible, and I feel like all that is important dialogue for him to have. So yeah, cutting that is gross again. And this is just the stuff I've been noticing happenstance. I can't even imagine if I painstakingly compared every single scene, how much things are just being trimmed. And to break it down would take like fucking like 100 hours probably to actually go through it. But yeah. But let's see how Kurisu says that line of sounds like you got a bad case of the Chunibyo, because I think she says this a little more with more of an attitude, but I could be wrong. I'll leave my door open up for the chance of, you know, being wrong.
気色悪い。
Kurisu jerks at the sound of my laughter.
いきなり笑い出すなよ。気色悪い。いきなり笑い出すなよ。気色悪い。
Yeah, once again, another line read where, yeah, it sells it. Don't start laughing like that. It's creepy, and it kind of jump scares her a little bit. That's great. That's great.
いきなり笑い出さないでよ。気色悪い。
It's so. This might be like This might be like the biggest comparison of a line read in the game right here. At least that I have picked up on. There is such a stark difference, and also especially because we lose the line of dialogue where she gets kind of jump scared. But yeah, it just doesn't really hit the same. It just sounds way more flatter. Like, why? And again, it's maybe a random thing, but these constantly keep adding up. That's something that just the delivery at points is so damn flat.
いきなり笑い出すなよ。気色悪い。
いきなり笑い出さないでよ。気色悪い。
It's just flatter. It is such a flat delivery. God, it bugs me so much. Because I was thinking there was something off with that. And I was right. Oh, I don't know, it just bugs me, man. I just don't understand. Back in the year 2000, Tighter had a different reason for time travel. He said that it was to recover lost technology following the outbreak of World War III in 2015. Yet this guy's saying he came to prevent the creation of a dystopia ruled by SERN. This guy might be an imposter. I mean, the fact that Okabe mentions the guy might be an imposter is kind of like a line he says earlier. So we do get that, but again, it doesn't make up for missing out on multiple lines of dialogue being cut. I don't know, just whatever. Keep going. Another email. I think this is another. It's short and to the point. Ooh. Erase the hairs on the back of my neck. Kyoma, I want you to become the Messiah. Jesus. Literally, I feel something akin to visceral revulsion. I can't quite place the feeling though. I don't know what it is, but something is very wrong. Chapter 2 complete, or well, chapter 3 complete. On to chapter 4. That's how you fucking do a cliffhanger right there. That's like a what the fuck happens next type of thing, because what calling Kyoma a god essentially.
ジョン・タイターは実にバカだな。
That's a good one. Good transition. This is a new CG too, so yeah. So. Why is Daru in the room now? Wasn't he not literally there? It was just him and Kurisu though. So I don't know where he came from.
勘弁してもらいたいものだ。人類を救済するなどくだらないにも程がある。
Even now, I can't bring myself to take him at face value. I am not so naive. I think this is all from the original. This section here, you definitely cannot just trim out because this is where he's not believing it.
俺はメシアとは正反対の資質を持つ狂気のマッドサイエンティストフラーイン・キョーマ。幾多の修羅場をかいくぐり長年機関から逃れ続けてきたのだ。そんな俺が望むのは混沌だ。権力者を倒せば平和が訪れるとでも思っているのか。答えは否。断じて否だ。そんな夢物語を信じている脳みそがお花畑な奴にはそのまま死ねと忠告してやろう。権力の破壊の後に始まるのは秩序なき混乱なのだ。
あのさ、マキセ氏、オカリンは一体どうしちゃったのだぜ。
さあ、ジョン・タイターとネッシーにメールしてたと思ったら急に静かになって。で、30分くらい前からこんな状態。
なんか今日のオカリンって全体的にヤバくね。昼間もなんか変だったし。
ええ、そうね。
聞け、そこのラボメン2人。これよりオペレーションウルドを再開する。
マジで下にまだ店長いるけど。アンゼル。
I just cut Okabe. I didn't mean to cut you off, Okabe. I'll let you finish.
アンゼルナ、どうせブラウン管工房はそろそろ閉店の時間だ。
My issue won a magazine sweepstakes spots. Amazing, huh? As you know, the hero of Gunbam, Setsuri. I won an autograph from his voice actor. Hey. Let's see. What does Okabe say with voice actor? I never knew Mayuri was a voice actor otaku. Fret not, it's almost closing time for the Bron 2 workshop.
夜は電話レンジが作動しないはずでしょ。
やってみる価値はある。検証するのだ。何時まで電話レンジカッコ仮の作動を確認できるかをな。と同時にダル、それにクリスティーナ、お前たちには D メールによって過去を変えてもらう。
過去を？
still don't believe in the many-world interpretations or Tiger's attractive field theory. Actually, I'm starting to doubt them more and more. If you want to know how the world works, we'll have to figure it out ourselves. And to do that, we need to experiment. One thing I'm sure of is that the mass disappearance in Akiba is related to D-Mail somehow, as is the strange disconnect between my memories and everyone else's. According to Tiger, I have a supernatural power, the one I call reading Steiner. My doubts about Tiger's veracity aside, I do need to determine if I am indeed the only person who keeps his memories when the past changes.
好きなように過去を変えろ。ただし、なるべく分かりやすい形でだ。
私は帰る。今日の実験結果は明日レポートで見せて。
待てい！そのレポートは誰が書くのだ？
岡部に決まってるでしょ。実験の立案者なんだから。被験者自身も実験中の所感なんかを書いておいてくれるとなおいいけど。
過去改変には興味がないのか？あれほど実験に前向きだったではないか。
あんたね、昼間のことをもうきれいさっぱり忘れたわけ？
だが実験が始まってからは乗り気だった。文句一つ言わず付き合った。
妄想垂れ流さないで。
客観的に慣れていないぞクリスティ。セルセブよ。
いちいち言い直すなよ。
実験はすでに一度行われた。この俺が過去を改変した。
うわお金抜け駆けいくない。
そうではない。過去を改変した結果、お前たちは改変前の一部の記憶を失ったのだ。
Jeez. Oh,
今日の昼間のこと？ロト6がどうとか急に言い出したけど。
そうだ。
I already explained things to Cruiser earlier, but I repeat my explanation for both of their sakes again.
それはひょっとしてギャグで言っているのか？
本気だ。
マジっすか？
Why did everyone else lose their memories? Actually, did everyone else lose their memories? In order to find out, I need them to perform the same experiment.
うは、オッケー。僕さ、一つどうしても変えたい過去があるんだお。
Torres is quick to adapt as always. We've known each other for a long time. He trusts me implicitly. Or maybe he's just being faithful to his desires.
なんだ？ダイエットしろと1年前の自分に送るのか？
そんなメール来てもダイエットなんかしないっつうの。
Apparently, he wants to rewrite those events and turn them into a win. I know all too well how formidable Ferris is. I used self-destruct against her for a reason after all.
その結果を覆そうと？
フェイリスタンの作戦はほぼ完璧に覚えてるんで、その裏をつこうってこと。うは、僕って頭良くね。
Paris is probably too good for that to work. She'll just counter his counter strategy.
まあいい。ダルよ、D メールを送る準備を。
よーし、僕頑張っちゃうぞ。
Dara hunches over, starts typing on the note. Leaving me the input forwarding messages in the wave name subject exchange. I really should just stop here so I actually have time to eat. Would make sense. I talked long enough. Maybe I'll come in, back to this later, or maybe I'll start in a couple more days. I don't really know. See, it was very easy for me to kind of just get lost into it. That was another 4% of the game completed, at least. Boy, like, this is gonna get absolutely insane, but the way this is gonna branch out, that list on the right-hand side is gonna get freaking complicated. I'm kind of scared, because I kind of wish I can scroll, or at least zoom out or zoom in, because this is gonna get really, it's gonna become a mess here. Chaos Theory Homeostasis. Well, I'm gonna take a break here because that was enough. That was like 4 hours. Almost 4.5 hours. Yeah, it kind of adds up. I really feel like I don't talk a whole heck of a lot, but this is such a different game from anything else I've ever really played. So I want to definitely let them speak, hear the performances, and everything. So, yeah, I'll stop here. I'll come back to this. I don't think I'll have time today. Maybe tonight? Because Chapter 4 is pretty long. So it might be one of the longest ones in the game, so... That one I probably expect to go all the way to like the freaking like 5 a.m. or something, so... It'll be a while. So... Yep. I'll be back. I'm sure. So, yeah, I'll be back.